Okay, apparently we were muted all this time, so sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. We
We
have a
love we love we love Video Ninja, but okay. Well,
Discord.
guess what, guys? You just got to look at our beautiful faces. But anyways, as we were saying, welcome back to Game Changers EMEA Stage 1, the group stage. Today we're covering G2 Gozen versus uh Valiant GC. And, it's a game for bragging rights, Zach. They've already locked in their spots in the playoffs versus G2 Gozen wants to go for undefeated here.
Yeah, like we broke down so eloquently. Well, you guys are getting the abridged version now, but as
Yeah,
we
you're getting
were
the Bridge
saying so
version.
Yeah, but as we were saying so eloquently before, we realized we were talking with our mics muted. I
Mhm.
was saying that yeah, like Zoe said, this is a match that is just for the bragging rights here. Both of these teams, of course, having already qualified for that playoffs. G2 not having dropped a map yet so far in this tournament, so definitely for them, it's that pride of being able to say they completed their group without losing a single map, on top. And so far, at least they're on track to do that. This will be their second to last match that we're going to be seeing coming out of them. So definitely going up against one of the better teams in the group as well. I would say Valiant definitely, although they've only been able to win that one series, it's been like we
I
were
mean, map 3 double digits the other
talking
2.
it's been so close. So be all the games they played.
Yeah, no, like a round difference kinda game. But, we talked about how G2 and Valiant have locked in their spots, but that doesn't mean this map does not affect the overall outcome of who qualifies into playoffs. And part of that is because of yesterday's games, actually. So let's look at the scores that happened there really fast. And a drum roll. Yesterday's matches.
Okay, there's
We'll
a
see
little
them.
bit. Oh, we'll eventually see them. I'm sure a little
We'll
bit of
eventually see them.
a
But I'll give
delay.
you a sneak peek of them, which is just kind of that, it's gonna determine if Mad Lions, Koi, or Focus Sakura advances to those playoffs, right? So, like we said, let's go in and check on the match results from yesterday. Um, just kidding, we can't right now. Do we have the standings? Uh-huh. We got the
There
standings
we
though,
go.
which I feel like that's more important than yesterday's match results because it
I
really
mean, we could
does.
just say what happened in yesterday's
Yeah,
games
yeah,
if
yeah. I
people need
mean,
a recap. I was
you
casting
were
them.
there, I wasn't there.
Yeah, I was there yesterday. But yeah, I think yesterday's most important game was the second game that we saw in that Group B, Mad Lions with Koi versus Focus Sakura. Mad Lions being able to find their first victory of the season and kind of bringing today's game between G2 and Valiant as the decider as to which team will be relegated today. So for a little bit of
Oh.
clarification as to the stakes, if G2 managed to pull off a victory here, it will be Focus Sakura advancing and Mad Lions Koi being relegated back to contenders. But if Valiant managed to pull off that win, if they managed to finally find the victory that has eluded them so far across three maps, I feel like that upset, it will not only keep Mad Lions from being relegated and push them to playoffs, it will also be unfortunately relegating Sakura. So either way, no matter who wins today, for both of the teams in the bottom of this Group B, there's a lot of implications.
No, it's kind of ironic too, right? Because Valiant GC, they lost to Focus Soccer, but beat Mad Lions Koi. So it would be kind of sad if Valiant GC and Focus Soccer didn't advance together. But I know you're a Mad Lions Koi stan, living in Spain. So I mean, Mad Lions Koi definitely is a fan of Valiant GC today. But regardless, it is a Goliath in front of them of G2 Gozen that they have to go against. But let's go see what, everybody predicted for today. I mean, obviously it's an undefeated team, so I would not be surprised to
I wouldn't be
see
surprised
a
to
unanimous
see.
decision, but let's find out. And yeah. But like I said, I do think this could go to a map 3. I think this is gonna go to a map 3. I could see a world where this goes to a map 3, Zach.
I would like to see it go to about 3
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, I would like to say that I am optimistic about it, but I
Hmm.
also I'm not an optimist anymore these days. I'll be a little bit more realistic. So at
No.
least looking at statistics, I would say it's very unlikely for it to go to map 3, but especially since you were I don't know what's the word to use here, since you were so voraciously
Mm.
complaining about the map veto before, I would
Oh.
love to hear your thoughts on that breakdown because you were so eloquent when you were putting it to me. I don't know if you can say
Okay.
it that way on stream, but you
I'm gonna
should
try, I'm gonna
definitely
try. So
yeah.
if we jump over to map vetoes, I think the main reason I am so kind of in G2 Gozen's favor here is just, as you put it, statistics, right? I mean, yes, we haven't seen Lotus come out from G2 Gozen yet, but in their 2 matchups, it's been that map 3 choice for them. But they have 2 votes. They haven't even gotten to get to that map yet. So the fact that Valiant GC is taking the chance by playing that map instead of a map like Ascent, it is kind of like a red flag for me. But then again, like after Sunset, which is G2 goes in insta ban, this is Valiant GC's next best map. So it kind of felt like they were forced into a corner for that map pick. My only other thing is obviously their insta ban being Breeze means Icebox is G2's pick, which has been, that map that they've gotten 2 wins under their belt on. And that's just kind of where I'm at in terms of those first 2 maps. For the last map for Split, though, it really is anybody's game. I mean, 1 win, 1 loss for Valiant GC versus the one time we've seen G2 goes on that map. It was a win, but regardless, I mean, they're going to be taking Lotus, a map that they have nothing for G2 goes in as material, as preparation for. And then Icebox and Split, they have a little bit to go off of. So that's why I'm like, for Valiant GC, we could go to a map 3, but would have to start on Lotus in my eyes.
Yeah, I like the little logic that you pointed out there that could have propelled
Hmm.
Valiant to pick this particular map. But I know we haven't seen G2 play this map this year, but we saw a hell of it last year when they were playing it. And it's not just G2's core playing it. We also saw pretty much every single player on this team playing it. Like Amy got a reputation for being the scariest killjoy in the EMEA. Basically, because of this map, she had like 24 kills and win one of the games. I don't know. Vanya,
Hmm.
again, Omen, made for this map, controller of choice on this map, just tends to thrive in those roles. We don't even have to highlight the existing players on G2 Goes in as well. So definitely a
Hmm.
lot that is in their favor, I would say, heading over to this Lotus, especially going by past history. But talking about Lotus in general, I do feel like this is a map that Valiant could just flip to their side. I feel like the fact
Hmm.
that they have picked it, I hope that they have like a deeper strat book than we've seen from them in the past
I
because
mean,
they're really gonna need it.
they do run, I would say, kind of a untraditional composition for this map. Like, yes,
Mhm,
they still run a double initiator, but it's the Breach Sova instead of, a Fade or a Gecko. And then in addition to that, instead of the Raze, they go with the Jet, right? So you really don't have like that kind of seasoning combination to take a main space, but then your Jet kind of has a get out of jail free card with the Tailwind if they need to after taking that space. So it definitely is interesting, but I do agree that Chikuzo looks a lot stronger on the Jet than the Raze. So I don't think it's
mhm.
gonna go too far against them, but we are getting ready to jump in to agent select here. So we'll see if they stick
Woo!
to the composition that they know and that they haven't anti-stratted against G2 in any way. And there, we have it actually. Wait, are we gonna get? No, we're not gonna get a mirror comp because of the Jet, but we do get the Sova out of G2.
So indeed, 4-2 here, like you said. Looking at the comp here, I'm happy to see Breach on both of these sides. I think we've seen very much so how effective he can be on this particular map. Of course, Breach and Sova. Sova, of course, that extra bit of utility that helps you break through these trip wires, these pesky nanoswarm combinations that you see with the Killjoy utility. So Sova giving you that additional bit of utility as well. Ray is expected, but yeah, like you mentioned, Tikuza opting to pick up that comfort pick off the Jet here on this map. So across both sides, we're going to be seeing a lot in common, the controllers and the initiators, but there's going to be a bit of a difference in terms of the Sentinel and duelist that we're seeing. And personally, I favor a good duelist on Split, sorry, on Lotus. And Split as well, don't get me wrong. I'm getting ahead of myself when you talk about map 3, but for Lotus, I think Raze is definitely just better because of how many choke points that there are on the map. Wow, I can't talk today.
I do really like the Cypher pick as well, and I haven't really gotten to see much of it. The reason why I like it so much is just because the spy cam and like the spray ability through a tree, and couple that with a Sova and a recon bolt means like you gotta be really careful where you step against these hypertrading weapons like Node and like a Guardian. We'll have to see though if they actually end up pulling those weapons out to pair it with that kind of utility, but that's what I'm hoping for when I see a lineup like this. I also know how like strong that cipher can be to hold down and anchor on the C site specifically, just because of how wide it is now. Like the KJ alarm bot isn't as necessarily kind of advantageous as a trap wire is, and I've seen some pretty creative trap wires there on the C site.
Creative is a very nice word to use for them. Personally, I have a
Yeah.
much more, but much more mean-spirited versions of words that I would use. But we are here for casting game changers, not for seeing who has the fouler vocabulary. Anyway, though, we're gonna be heading into map number 1 here of this best of 3 between Valiant and G2 goes in. Like you mentioned, they'll be coming back after a little bit of a break in the server. They had that really explosive opening couple of games, and then all was quiet on the Western Front until after the weekend here. So starting off Monday fresh. If anyone's coming back from work, coming back from school or whatever, this is your chance. Come watch some Valorant. There's a lot of Valorant going on these days, which makes me very happy on a personal level. But, looking at these Asian comps, Sobi, who are you leaning towards at least, purely off the back of that?
Just off of the aging comps, I gotta go with G2 just because of what you said about that Reyes pick. I do agree that it's the better duelist on this map just because of how effectively you can take space in terms of a main on that defense, which is the half that, you know, G2 is starting on. And I do feel like, especially on Lotus, it does feel like it's a lot of a momentum game. So if you can start off strong, then it does benefit you before the side swap, regardless or not if this is an attack set in map.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it is, like you mentioned, it does tend to be a little bit more leaning towards that attacker side. Okay, so since G2 is starting off on the defense, I'm kind of going to be curious about how they're going to be piloting these agents because, of course, you have the default standard play of just, putting pressure towards Rubble, towards a main, putting that paint shells down early on, maybe combine it with a concussion. I think it's pretty interesting to me that they're running the Rays without a Fade here because so often you see that Fade take that second initiator slot instead of the Sova. Sova hasn't been that common on Lotus, the best of my knowledge. So it's interesting that both of these teams have opted for it.
Yes, and we are jumping into the game here, so we'll get to see kind of our first look of the plans that Valiant GC is going to make. And usually you see kind of an A, and I feel like they're headed towards C with these pings, my prediction. I'm also curious, about who's going to be that lurk player on the side of Valiant GC. Um, but it does really depend here. So as we get ready to jump into the game, I mean, they do look like they're kind of headed back to A. But what's interesting here is that G2 goes in once we jump back into the game. I'll narrate it for you guys. Don't worry. Yeah. I'm gonna narrate the game for you guys so you don't miss any of the action. Which is the fact that G2 goes in here. They aren't really going for an A trap play, Zach. They kind of went for more of a B main clear, and now are gonna probably rotate with the rest of their team. They trusted Petra alone to hold down the site, to hold down Tree, but they're already kind of being forced back. Nice breach utility comes out though to deny the tree space. So they're kind of back to square one on the side of Valley and GC. You can see them rotating. I hope my narration was colorful enough for you to get the picture of what was happening. I mean, nobody died, so there's that, right? You didn't miss much.
Yeah, nobody died. Petra took a lot of chip damage though, while Zobe was narrating
Thank you,
exactly
thank
what
you.
went down there. So yeah, that just sums it up. That's like the brief summary. Right now, the rotation kicking in for this squad on G2's side, pivoting towards the C side instead. But Valiant, they've gotten a lot of space towards B right now. You can already see them pushing through towards CT as well. And now having garnered the info that the rotation has come through with their Omen having taken up so much space on A, the spike itself
30
will
seconds left.
confirm its plans on A as well.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, nobody home. I really like the position that Yakuza is in here. They're going to be able to cut off all of these rotations as they follow through on top mid. But, oh my goodness, they still find the frag because of the initial
Okay.
exchange Petra took over on A, that low HP. But the cat's out of the bag. They know that there's players here on B. But now they're not the only one there, right? The Killjoy has teamed up with them to provide this pinch play. The question is, can the players on site hold on long enough? And so far, Ninu says yes. Oh, but Amy, frag after frag, they eliminate the pinch play, but a lot of time being bought, and now the last two players in drop, they're such low on HP. This should be, I was gonna say Valiant victory, but right clicks have to land, and so far for Serena, they are!
Oh.
The clutch follows not long after that.
Yeah, the really nice plant there to kind of let Serena isolate the duels from that corner. I feel like because that second player on G2 side had no idea of the positioning, they weren't able to like really play a little bit more aggressively to cover that. So very unfortunate there for G2 Gozen. But yeah, that was a really nice attempt at making that retake work out. It was like a 2v4 at some point, but Amy and Mimi, they managed to do a lot of damage and get some of those kills as well. So good stuff from G2 Gozen. That said, Valiant, they're gonna not just get the plant, but also win the round there. So a lot of money for them to work with in this. You see them kind of forcing upon a couple of bulldogs as well as a rifle. What I'm also liking is seeing these two pistols being held on from that first round instead, because so many times you see this war of attrition that teams throw themselves into here. So even if a couple of players do go down, the players without these rifles can pick them up instead.
Yeah, in addition to that, though, they'll probably have a third round kind of Vandal Forcive. That's something that Valiant GC likes to do. but I do like eco strats like this coming out from G2, right? That all in, end the round quickly as you will. It is an eco, but what's interesting here is they didn't have the anchor for Cypher on the C site. They had it on B, so it's a deserted C site here. So there isn't really a pinch between a sentinel and a flank. Instead, they're going to try and generate one here between door and the attacker spawn. Unfortunately, though, all the members recognizing this from Valiant GC, flipping the map here. I do like where Lisa is as well. It can create a nice, sandwich here with Serena or Ninu playing water, but so far, nothing. But look at them. Even Mel has has a paranoia ready to contest this.
Yeah, a lot of utility ready to go here as the charges finally
Oh,
come
they will
through.
shoot the
Still
dart!
Lisa and Mel in the corner, able to find not one but two huge kills. Petra finally striking back with a kill of her own, but the clock is ticked so far this time around G2. It seems like they're not going to be opting to go for more damage, instead looking to just die to the spike and avoid giving their enemies a little bit more in terms of ultors, because at least able to find that first one before Mimi shuts her down. But that will be all that anybody finds in this round, as Valiant confirmed their anti-eco here, losing only a couple of players in the process. So it's still going to be a very nice bonus that we're looking at. And like you mentioned, the force could come up as well.
Yeah, no, I really like Chikusa fighting there. Because, right, as you said, they're one of the players that only had a ghost, because now they can buy up, they can buy up an op if they wanted to, which is insane, but they can buy up that Vandal, and they were farming ult orbs, right? So now they're only 3 off from the Blades, so if they do lose this round, the next round they can potentially pop the Blade Storm if they need to, but otherwise, I mean, G2 goes in doing their best to deny any additional orbs, but this is the gun that I wanted to see come out from G2 goes into composition, is the Odin, right? You have a spy cam, you have a recon bolt playing on the same site, playing on A, where those tree walls are paper thin. So I'm hoping that this Killjoy Lurk does not get obliterated, but that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, I feel like definitely a danger of being obliterated, as you so uh put it there. That said, though, G2 had a bit of a slow start to the map so far, finally having their full buy kicking in here. Ray's gonna be that first point of contact. Gets caught out by the drone. Immediate concussion, though, to try and do some damage. And Tikusa, in the meantime, goes hunting for a player, but finds someone else instead and is happy to walk away with the kill.
Oh, beautiful first blood. They waste some Ray's utility as well. Now the repivot over to A. So this is where the Odin gets its opportunity to shine in my eyes. Let's just hope it doesn't get, deleted from these jump peaks. I've seen some nasty shots come out before, but even the trap wires, this is going to be like Odin central unless they lose these initial fights. When there's a paranoia and a flashpoint in your face, then yeah, you can't use that Odin. So now the only thing home on the A side is this Cypher utility, but from them all coming into tree, it basically does nothing for G2 other than confirm nobody has crossed through via a main plant now going through. Oh, it does! Wow! The late round impact there, and it's still up. Some more frags following, but look, again, Chikusa left unchecked.
Yeah, this late lurk could pay off huge here, especially if maybe finds another kill. The trigger is going to come out of Chikusa now. Gets the first player, that's the first kill. Leaves things in a 2v2. Gets the second one as well through the dark cover here now. It's Vanya in a 1v2. Able to isolate and find the first at least. Taps the second, taps the spike, trying to bait out the second here. But it seemed like Lisa is not going to peek at the last second here. Vanya now trying to stick it on, but instead it's going to be the bait and switch. Enough to drag Lisa out of hiding and get G2 goes in their first round off the back of a clutch here. They got too close for comfort, but Vanya keeps it together.
No, very, very well played, especially after how intricate that round was planned by Valiant GC. I mean, them overwhelming Petra, then Chikusa kind of dismantling that retake attempt all in their lonesome. And I don't know if these swarm grenades were just early there or why they didn't have them later in for that clutch. But that might be something to change going forward a little bit. I mean, they didn't help Chikusa too much when they were taking the fights, so I might have liked to see them, but otherwise, right, the economy is still in good sorts for Valiant GC since that was their bonus. And you can see the ghost from Chikusa, like I said, because that Blade Storm is ready now.
Get out of my way.
So here comes that aggressive A main push, but the read now and the C hit to follow for Valiant GC.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think they really have any ultimates that can help with this currently, although they are very close to that Rolling Thunder here. Now, Salvador's going to be invested early on to clear any utility that's kind of hanging around there from the Killjoy, but Killjoy herself going to be putting her setup quite far back here to watch for the flank. Killjoy and the Lurk, in fact, I would say. On the opposite side, though, T does seem to be where this execute is
Camera
eventually
taken
coming.
out.
Mimi and Amy looking to play anchor on the side. Camera will
Here.
find that early information here. Bladestorm in the hands of Tikuza. They've been incredible at finding the space and these frags before, but how much more can they do here?
I mean, they don't want to do more here. They're going to abandon hopes of that prospects and rotate back over to the A site. My only concern is Vanya in this off-angle position. The question is, how much utility is VLNT going to use to flush them out? Looks like a fault line for a Shrouded Step trade, potentially, but no, the Recon Bolt spots it out early, forces them now into Link, but that's enough information for the early rotation from those players on the C site. The
30
rescue,
seconds
you
left.
have even Amy now closer to this A site, hopefully for a flood style retake, even a pinch play because of the players in Link.
Yeah, I think
planted.
definitely the way the post plant will play out in the positions is going to matter here for sure. Timing, of course, could also be another huge thing. The Bulldog shots don't quite connect there. And it's still going to be a jet with the Bladestorm left unchecked right now as the remainder
No charge
of
slot.
G2 pushes through this baby door here.
Scanning ahead.
Again, just the
There
discipline
they
coming out of Valiant right now, knowing that they don't have any advantages aside from that spike being down. It's huge.
I was really looking forward to Lisa being that far off site, but that part removed from the equation. The amazing paint shell to corral, Chikusa into the fight, and they check the last player as well, Mel. G2 gets around in, I would say pseudo-thrifty manner. Like, they had some Bulldogs, but not that full rifle buy that Valiant GC had. I mean, I don't know what I would have changed for Valiant GC there. I mean, maybe not be as spread out as they were, but it really was just kind of losing gunfights in that regard. Especially, I think, like, a big turning point was that frag from Amy onto Lisa.
Yeah, that was a really nutty shot there. Now, though, economy gonna be broken here for Valiant. Only gonna be a Stinger in Sikuza's hands and no Bladestorm either since we saw it come into play during that last round. On the opposite side for G2, they have a neural theft of their own, although everything else aside from Vanya's ultimate is kind of charging up here. Now, once again, willing to get proactively aggressive towards A, gets a lot of information knowing that that side of the map is empty, so C or B is where that execute is coming. Can already see Cypher on the C side. We'll be hearing all of this. The Tripwire is gonna catch players, but he's not able to find anything.
They are not, but I like this aggressive play. Yes, it's a gamble, but they need to get some pressure going if they don't want to get overwhelmed by those better weapons. Unfortunately, though, was that Killjoy utility just recalled or was it destroyed? I don't know, but they have an indication, I think, now that the flank is coming in. So now they're pushing these extremities. They're pushing Waterfall. I am worried that they're going to be overwhelmed and not be able to fight back into the site, but for now, it's the best decision that they can make. Avoid fights as long as possible. Be able to throw lives on to this spike when the tap comes through off of the Rolling Thunder.
One enemy
And
remaining.
it's working! Monty, a 1v3 now! The players are low, but the collected weapons are enough, and that is a thrifty.
A thrifty indeed, and it's going to be 3 for Mel to come through as Valley and somehow pull it off here. Huge round for them, of course, like you mentioned, made possible off the back of an ult like that Rolling Thunder. So it's really nice that we saw that coming into play here, despite this weaker buy come out of Valiant's side. Now, with that round win, once again, economy going to be kind of reset here for their opponents this time around. It will be G2 who are the ones playing on just Sheriffs, it seems like. Although, I mean, to be fair, this is the attacker side. G2 can win as many points as they can on the defensive. I think they should still be able to make it up because of how aggressive their team comp tends to function.
Alright. An early frag just all going in Valiant GC's favor, recognizing the play, the eco strategy that G2 goes and wanted to go for. I mean, it feels like just so far Valiant GC has done their homework, even though there were no materials to review somehow. You know, maybe even with the new players coming in, some of their Lotus strategies have remained. But for now, 2 players here, Waterfall, trying to contest once the start cover will fall. Spy Camp gonna guide the paranoia, but a nasty off angle from Serena keeps a flawless on the board, but no, frags from Petra following here. And just like that, good for the backstab, good for the round securements. And the lead grows to 2 for Valiant GC.
Well, 2-4 right now. I think that Valiant, they've managed to recover kind of from that initial momentum that G2 were able to kind of put up by stringing some rounds together. That said, though, I think for G2 goes in, they've been kind of letting Valiant find the gaps in their defense in a lot of these rounds, and they make these very minute mistakes that Valiant capitalize off to find some positioning and that kind of lets them win the round. We've been seeing it time and time again here. G2 goes in now though, full buy in line. They have the operator ready to go, and a lot of these ultimates in the swing round here. Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury gonna be exchanged early on here, trying to isolate the fight, and it will let Tikuza find the kill onto Vanya here. No
Oh,
space for Vanya to get out at all.
waiting for this Odin Ash to come
Oh
in,
no.
though, in the orb tap.
Oh
There
hell.
it follows, and even button the door not even able to get pressed. So Valiant just at a standstill unless they can deal with Petrol. And the answer thus far is a no. Who's going to be the next to trial this grounds and pave the way? Mimi, though, good for a trade through the door. Chikuza, nonetheless, takes that tree space. Decides they need a little bit more backup, though. So they're going to retreat temporarily to Rebel, going to recollect. I'm worried if they rotate the sword position from rescue, so the
You
plan to
should
re-hit
run.
this site looking optimal, but they're gonna do a fake off the lockdown?
I don't know if it's fake or if they're actually going to be committing. Okay, they're actually committing here. Going to the B side
30
now. The
seconds
Rolling
left.
Thunder, it's been kept in reserve here. Combined with that Showstopper, it's going to be buying a lot of space on the site here. G2 able to start things off by dropping the spike on site. And then still holding on strong for
Last
CT. It's
player
all down to
standing.
just Lisa here. A 1v2, low HP, and Amy will confirm who is the better Sentinel, at least for that round. So a very good round to come out of G2 in terms of control.
No, completely. I mean, kind of reading into the fact that it was a fake and a B rotation, and then playing down the clock with the Rolling Thunder, all of it just doing amazingly. And as we try to get the feed back up to get you that action, and we got to keep you guys in suspense for as long as possible, you know? I mean, obviously it's going to be a bye round again for G2 goes in, and I mean, what do we have now? One round separating these two teams? I mean, if this is how close the Valley GC game is, Zach, imagine how close the game tomorrow against Falcon Vega is gonna be for G2 goes in.
I really don't know. I'm kind of
Mhm.
glad I'm not casting that one because I would really like to just sit back and watch it. I feel like it's gonna be very, very explosive in terms of play styles that we're looking at because both of those teams are like uncontested, top of the group here, haven't lost a series
Mhm.
yet. Although I think NASR did at least drop a map to go to the likes of Valiant, so at least something is going in their favor. That said, though, both of these teams have made playoffs. So again, it's just a match that's gonna be there for
Mhm.
the bragging rights. Whoever does win that one will be able to say, all right, I took on the whole group and I managed to win without losing. So, unless of course G2 lose today and their opponents win tomorrow, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So we're still on Lotus right now, and I think for G2 at least, it's a little bit. I feel like they're having a bit of a slow start, mainly because they're on defense. I feel like if they started on
That's
attack,
true.
that would have looked so much more dynamic.
I'm trying to think of the compositions though, and what advantages kinda their composition brings more to the attack than the defense. Because in Agent Select in the pre-show, that's what we more focused on was the defensive capabilities it brings to the table. I mean, I do think that the Sova, like in that Hunter's Fury, strengthens the post plant. Obviously, the global utility for the Cypher and the Trapwires allows them to lurk a little bit more deeper than we've seen Lisa do.
Mhm.
Um, Other than that, though, I mean, a raise and a jet can take space pretty equally. Obviously, the pain shell, forces you a little bit more to because it's either that or take a bunch of damage. Um, Other than that, though, I mean, Valiant GC just has been doing a really good job, I would say, of winning those initial fights. Even I would say just like pushing the members of G2 off site because G2 really wants to play for these trades. They want to play together. I mean, that's been evident, I would say, especially by those A retakes that have come out from G2 goes in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them doing the same in the second half as well, just dragging it forward, being like, yeah, you know what, we don't need flashes, we don't need concusses, all of this is fine. We're just gonna take contact and play for it. And honestly, if you can trade like G2 did in some of these rounds, you're gonna be pretty much better off. I think that overall, though, both of these teams they did have like pretty brilliant rounds individually. I think overall G2, of course, they are gonna be ending up with that slight advantage after that first half. If things keep going the way they are, Valiant, though, they're still the ones in the lead, and until we figure out this tech issue, they will be.
No, I mean, I completely agree, and I wanna focus now on the Valiant GC because obviously they still have the lead by at least 1 round, unless when we catch up, it's just automatically the half is over, and we'll see who was crowned victorious, but I do feel like there are some players that could be stepping up for that squad even more so. Lisa doing their job as a sentinel, making sure that these trap plays cannot come through necessarily from G2, but I feel like they haven't really got any disastrous lurks off. They haven't really, been able to clutch out some of those rounds, like I said, the utility uses from those swarm grenades has been a little on the edge, it's really been Chikuza on the lurks, right? I mean, how many have we seen? At least 2, right? That have been pretty catastrophic for G2. I mean, yes, Vanya in that one round clutched out to pull kind of it out of the drain so that the effects weren't, a round loss, but it has been something that G2's had to keep an eye on. So if they can kind of double that, that would be insane to close out this attack half for them.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have that kind of a scoreline coming in. That said, though, I think that G2 at least are going to be facing some challenges in that aspect. Of course, after winning that previous round, they are going to still have that operator to work in. But I feel like they've been kind of struggling in deciding where they want to place it because it feels like so far, at least in the 2 rounds where the operator has come into play, we haven't really seen it find too much value there, unfortunately,
Mhm.
for the side of G2 goes in.
Yes. And so now, I mean, all right, Zach, if we come back into this game and it's already halftime, what do you think the score is?
I'm gonna be a G2 stan and go for like 7-5, but also
In
because I
favors
believe
of
in Valiant.
G2?
Yeah, but I believe in Mad Lions. That's why I'm giving them 5.
Well, it's not Mad Lions playing, my goat. Or do you
I know,
mean
I
or
know,
do you mean
but
oh, you're saying because
in
Valiant
case, yeah,
GC.
because
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
it
okay,
depends on
okay.
who gets like
Because if
relegated, right?
Valiant
So
wins,
Valiant
Mad
win,
Lions,
Mad Lions
yeah.
make it
They
through.
they
Sorry,
that makes sense,
my
makes sense.
brain is like my brain is like 4 levels ahead, man. Because
No,
there's
it's
a
too big
screen
brain,
that's not
yeah.
loading. No, it's not big brain. It's just I'm just scatterbrained. The word you're looking for is
It's beautiful.
scatterbrained right now. Yes, but
I we got there eventually, but either way, I'm trying to think. I feel like I could see a 6-6. I'm gonna go 6-6. That might be like the whatchamacallit, the cheap way out by saying that I don't think a certain team took the lead. But with how things are going, right? I mean, I do agree with you that I think G2 is gonna get back on their feet, but I don't think it's before Valiant GC secures their sixth. So I think it's gonna be like Valiant GC hits six first, and then G2 goes on a few round run to tie it up. I mean, I
I
want to say
would like to see that. I would like
that'd
to
be
see that. I would like to
cool.
see G2 on the chase for once. I feel like nobody's really made them
I mean, they
sweat.
already are a little bit. It was 2 rounds at one point.
Yeah, but I feel like we haven't really seen them stressed out or sweaty like last year, you know? Remember like those games
Mhm.
BBL and G2 faced
Oh,
off
true.
and BBL really made them like work for it. I feel like so far, at least in this group stage, these two have just kind of been like, yeah,
2-0,
let's
2-0, let's get
go
it
play a
done.
couple of Valorants, go get some boba tea afterwards, go play some scrims, watch some VCT. Just chill days that you like to spend with your friends.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even they even tweeted today like 3-0, we're coming for you. So like they already got the graphics ready for when they when they win this. But
To
I
be to be fair, I feel like G2's social manager has both ready because this person, I don't
no,
know who they
of
are,
course.
but they're always prepared, man. Like whether it's a G2 goes an EMEA game or like an NA game, whether it's a winning like graphic that's like really
Mhm.
cocky or a loser graphic that's just like a picture of a trash
Oops.
can. Yeah. It's
No,
funny. It's
but
funny.
G2 has a long day ahead of them. So, I mean, if the G2 goes in game wraps up early, then they're gonna, yeah, like as you said, get that boba, go enjoy the NA play-ins that are happening because G2 has to play that whole round robin today for a chance at playoffs. But I want to go back to Valiant GC here. And the fact that I did say that when we looked at the map videos, this was the maps that they had to win in my eyes. I mean, I could see them pull out, some unpredictability on Icebox because they know what G2 is going to bring to the table more so than Ice than Lotus. Sorry, but once again, Icebox is just they look so strong for G2 on those maps. I mean, I can bring up the stats. Let's go into the stats vault, Zach. All right.
I feel like we haven't really seen enough to have detailed stats, unfortunately,
I
this
mean, it's
season. But
13-8 at both teams, and that's always their pick, right?
I
And
guess, but it's also like you have to look at, you know, they did 13-8 them, but I don't know about that team comp, Chief. I don't know about a Brimstone on Icebox. I'm
you don't
sorry,
know
but
about the Brimstone on Icebox? I
no, I
think
mean, I know that they pull it inside, but I don't know about how I feel
I
about it.
actually
It makes me feel very weird to see a Brimstone on Icebox. Like
I
maybe it's
want
just
to
personal heebie-jeebies,
give
but
me a second. Give me a second. I need to look something up really fast just to confirm.
okay, okay,
I
okay.
I want to say, let me see what Icebox. We actually did. I think it's just a G2 thing because literally in the Evil Geniuses G2 game on Icebox, we also had Valen playing Brimstone. So they literally
Yeah.
just wait. Is it the same exact composition? It's literally the same exact composition that the actual G2 main squad plays. And I do like it because look at it. If it's Jet, Killjoy, Viper, Brim, and Sova, 4 out of 5 of your agents have like really strong post plant games.
Yeah, I guess, but it's so cringe, man. And you know what the worst part is? I played Brimstone on Icebox before, and you can't smoke anything. You have to be like so close to it to like
We
even
are
manage to pull off a smoke through. But yo, thank God we're back in game. All right, what's the score looking like?
5-3. We're not even at the half yet. Look at that.
Wow, a slow one so far. So Valiant have won one more round, I believe, since we went into our little bit of a tech pause round, and they're continuing to scale up very quickly here because they have so much space on the C site.
Yeah, they definitely do. And hey, my predictions are still in line, right? They win this round, which looks evident, right? I mean, they have double mollies on the bomb, they have a rolling thunder in the back pocket, and it's an equal round for G2. Then that's when we get to see that 3-round run, maybe even a timeout from G2 goes in. But for now, Mel has to survive this onslaught, this flank of 4 members. And they even have the breach support utility from Mimi here available in Link. But again, I mean, look, Valiant GC just has the best responses, right? They push the right sides of the map as soon as they realize what is happening. They set up now for this rolling thunder from Ninu. I mean, they have the whole protection squad here. They need to ensure that hits before half, and they do. No half coming in. Now the reflank around. Rescuer's just gonna stick it. We need to see a spray through the box. The protection squad coming in. Spike diffuser down.
Oh my
the
God.
pinch play. And is there enough time? No.
Oh my, that came down to the wire there. But yeah, like you mentioned, that Rolling Thunder being able to deny half the diffuse and also just the spam coming through utility after utility, bullet after bullet to just deny G2 from just being able to stick that diffuse there. Really, really well played by Valiant. Like you mentioned, they recognized that they needed to take more space, and even though the plant wasn't really for them, they make it work thanks to how wall bangable some of these boxes are, which again makes me like question, like, if you are constructing something, why would you make it so fragile?
That is true.
Especially when you know you're gonna be shooting bullets around the map. Like, I just feel like there's a logical fallacy somewhere.
Yeah, and so for now, does look like Valiant GC. I mean, I'm surprised I didn't see a G2 goes in timeout yet. Maybe one happened while we were on our tech pause, you know, fixing the clean feed, but regardless, these next 3 rounds are going to be pivotal for G2 goes, and albeit we know Lotus a little bit more of an attack-sided map, but again, I don't know about this G2 strategy of placing 1 member on A. I mean, these retakes, yes, they've been strong from G2 goes in, but it still feels like they've kind of been 50-50 for Valiant GC. And as time progresses, Valiant GC is learning more about the G2 A style retakes, and they've been contesting it pretty well too.
Yeah, I think that for G2, even though they're a little bit behind here, this round, I kind of feel like is a bit of a lost cause because of just the fact that they've had to like eco so much. You can see that there's no utility on this race, for example. They just have the paint shells available, not much more that they can really try to work with here. So Valiant looking to at least create the impression that they're taking up space on this A side, but it's just a bit of a fake. They walk into the smoke though, and Tikusa is punished for it with their life.
So plant comes through on the B site. Hunter's free to try and deny, but they expect it to be default. It's down below instead. Couple that with a neural theft, but can't protect them when they're already in your face as it gets executed. But now, nice utility countering from G2, forcing them off the site here. Nice double up of the utility, right? I mean, now shock darts, you can't force your way in. Recon bolt to ensure nobody's on spike, but Vonnie's taking it all the way through. Swarm grenades don't land, and G2 on the up here again. Now just trying to survive, trying to take more guns out of Valiant GC's hands, and Ninu tucks away to ensure that rifle continues onward with the team. And I think I might be spot on. I might be spot on, Zach, with my prediction saying, all right, Valiant GC hits 6. G2 goes and fights back for the 6.
All right, you might be right. I was wrong there. I'm happy to admit that even get stuff wrong, including myself. But anyways, that was a very G2 round to come out towards the end of it. Like, we kind of saw glimmers of that in the previous one where they almost took the spike, but this time around, because there was no wall bangable box, because you saw some really good body blocking, protect the president stuff come out from G2's side as Vanya stuck that spike. It was pretty impressive. Now the Mimi gotta be caught out on side. Not sure whether they want to shoot or aim for the main area of the map here, but Petra there to avenge her fallen comrade's death right now, and the remaining players still looking to do some damage, but the spike being dropped in the open like that. Oh, that's a huge play though. Vanya almost getting caught out on the lurk, but Tikusa misses the shots, and Vanya there for the punish. Okay, that's just disgusting. What?
Oh, completely. But even now, look at the read from G2, right? And already here to contest knock on the door of the C site,
Oh my
and
god, Vanya.
Valiant GC not having any of it. Mel from the shadows dips to the A site. It's gonna be a long haul from G2 here. I would like to see a hero play out of Lisa, right? But then again, I mean, 3v2, do you want to hand the numbers advantage further over to G2? The answer is no, but with how far away Lisa still is, Mel's actually gonna have to be the hero here. They're gonna try and get the timing, but a showstopper uses the scare tactic, the aggression not coming through, and now Lisa suddenly has to push up a lot deeper. Recon bolt, not gonna find anything. First layer of swarm grenades coming in, but again, it's just this protection that comes through, and they're just gonna stick it all the way until a rescue locks down the round with the frag, and 6-5. I mean, you're Valiant GC. Do you think you take a time out here just to try and secure the lead before the side swap, knowing it's attack sided, Zach?
Honestly, probably
Last
not,
round
because
in
I
the
feel like
half.
at this point you kind of know
I
what
need
each
this.
other are doing. Like 11 rounds in, I feel
My
like
thanks.
in that first off, I wouldn't take that timeout personally because you might really need it later, especially if G2 goes and are going to be switching over to attack. Like right now, you kind of know what's been working. Of course, you've been losing because of some minor mistakes being made. Like in the round before the last one, it was that diffuse being stuck, and once again, the spike plant just being in a way that Valiant can't really play that post plants efficiently. I feel like it's kind of like cramping their style. So that was a huge chase that we saw coming out of G2 and Valiant in these last couple of rounds. So, oh, okay.
Oh my goodness, they just
Crunch.
won and rescue basically ends the round before it can get started. I mean, luckily numbers somehow get equated here to a 3-on-3, but they haven't given up any of this A main control. Petra looking to expand the advantage, and Vanya has their back for the additional 2, and just like I
Oh my
have
God, Vanya.
foretold, we end on the 6-6.
Switching sides.
Yes, the prophecy has been fulfilled, and an even half has come through right now for both of these teams here. And look, I'm happy to see it personally. It's always good to see. It's always good to see a little bit of balance in the force here. But now we are heading over to attack for G2. And while they've been a little bit quieter, I would say, on this defensive side, they're kind of like forced around their map. They've been kind of led back and forth by Valiant GC. It is their turn to assert the favor here.
No, completely. And we'll get to see some of those things we kind of predicted during our tech pause of who exactly, or how exactly I should say, this composition is going to be favored more on the attack than the traditional one that Valiant GC was repping. But for now, I mean, looks like Valiant GC is adopting a similar strategy to G2 in terms of having the solo A player. But the difference here is that they have the support of that breach. They have the support of Nino in Link, and even the rest of the players on the B side, a quick rotation away. So they look like they're going to go for an A retake. I mean, Baby Door already broken as well, but I like this kind of proactive countermeasure. Look at that.
Oh, Flash ready to go here. The swing off the back of it. Tikuza capitalizing to find a kill onto Petra. Gonna be tagged up quite a bit, so will be falling back to maintain that numbers advantage here as G2 goes in an exchange. Well, they get some space on this A side, but they're gonna be left to play this out as a 5v4, losing their Sova early on here, which means there's gonna be no more shock darts available for that post plants as well. And as a result of it, you can see that they're willing to play possibly a little bit more aggressively, hoping that somebody from Valiant will try to go in for a peek, try to go in for a push here, but it's the Valiant, they're playing so far back. Despite that, though, it's going to be rescue to find a frag.
You may be playing far back, but can't do much if G2 wants to take the fight. Chuza also wants to take the fight, but Amy, the perfect distance, the perfect backstab comes through for all three. And again, it's Lisa expected to do the hero's work here to clutch up around. Luckily, Rescue was punished by that initial aggression. Amy as well off of that 3K, limping away with their life. So it's feasible, but we expect to see, you know, Vanya and Mimi to be those initial points of contact already. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a double swing here. But again, Lisa doing a good job prioritizing frag after frag. Unfortunately, it is Vanya to deny the hero play. I mean, did you see how crisp those shots were, Zach?
Those were scary, man. Like, those were so precise. And of course, like, Amy's positioning, I think, was kind of what was really the linchpin of the round there. That let Amy kind of set Amy up to get those 3 kills. But overall, I think G2 it really just goes to show why every member on this rebound roster is an individual powerhouse. Like, yeah, you might be like, oh, Mimi has only 4 kills. Like, no, that's because Mimi hasn't been really taking a lot of fights. She's been setting up her teammates for those fights, which is why you see Amy and Vanya up on that scoreboard. I feel like this is the one team that never like fails to surprise you with how consistent their support players are. But this time around, the spotlight here is on the duelist here. Rescue already with 2 openings to start things off here. Spots out the 3rd player, knows they're low here. Gonna be satcheling in with all the confidence in the world. So Barrage utility as we see Mimi just backing up their teammate here, and once again, it's just
Oh,
Lisa versus the
Lisa.
world. Oh my god, I can almost hear the comms here, like, guys, come on, let me just rotate over before you die.
I mean, they have a deagle this time. We saw the magic they brought with the ghost, but it was kind of unfortunate, right? Mel trying to get the paranoia out to help Chikuza on the site, but it is second lays and Rescue still gets to frag. I mean, you have numbers advantage, you might as well take the gamble and push, but it's more just donating to the Lisa clutch effort at this point. They're gonna try and go for the weapon, but paranoia lands, Petra pushes into punish, and again it's Vanya to be the one to shut down any prospects for Lisa. Lisa just kind of farming these clutch frags at this point.
Yeah, I think Lee's at least able to get herself closer to having that lockdown online, even if not able to quite convert the rounds here as G2 goes and now have a 2-round lead, getting ahead in this series since those first couple of rounds for the first time. Now looking to play out their bonus here, going up against a very substantial buy here. In particular, my eyes are kind of tuned in on that Odin coming out of Serena. I'm kind of scared, especially since they do have a Sova, but right now at least it's gonna be Rescue leading the charge here, but with the stun, with the stun, it's just Ikuza to confirm that kill, and again, just the carefulness of this roster. Valiant's quick to fall back here.
Yeah, they get out unscathed, which is stunning there. And I mean, I think it was kind of, they couldn't challenge because the Odin span coming through a little bit. And it does feel like Serena's trying to give Petra a masterclass on how to use it to support the team. We'll see if they can kind of change the fate of the Odin and tree, if they can hold on to it. But you might not even get the option. It looks like G2 goes and wants to go for this B push, assuming that Chikuza is still holding the angle and they are the low player from Rescue's communications. But there comes the Odin. Look at that sprint. Now Mimi's low. Yeah.
Maybe barely getting away with their life. I feel like if there hadn't been that additional wall, that would have been goodbye, Mimi, at least for this round. But yeah, G2 goes in despite losing a player. They do trade with control of that B site now taken here. The remaining players looking to set themselves up for success in possible crossfires at the very least, although it will be a full 5-person retake coming in from Valiant, and you can already see them kind of grouped up, getting ready for it. They have the utility. We see the barrage come through in the past here. Yeah, it's gonna be enough for Chikuza to get another kill here. Vanya doing what she can on side, gets a couple of kills, but that will be it as the full buy is converted by Valiant here.
Yeah, no, Vanya did a great job navigating those frags one after another, but ultimately, as you mentioned, the better weapons and the numbers advantage get the round for Valiant GC. And more importantly, I would say that Diffuse gets the lockdown online for Lisa really early into this half, likely because of those clutch frags that they collected in that first and second round. So they have an additional retake strategy to play off of in this round. And I mean, if they do it, they could upset the economy for G2 goes in here again. And then suddenly they might be looking at the lead claimed.
Yeah, definitely a lot at stake. I think this is like you mentioned, a very important kind of possible swing round here that you see shaping up. And what I have on my eyes is that Rescue already does have that showstopper ready to go here. So it could be a huge ult to take up that space. Already going to be used early on here on the C side. Not able to get the kill. It might be a Rosa ult, but Rescue not going to miss that final shot. That will be all that is needed to take Inu out of the equation. And all of this in the meantime, it was just a distraction kind of ploy to divert attention towards the C side, and it's working. Look, because B is empty and A only has Lisa anchoring it.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the aggression coming now in from Mel and Chikuza. They're gonna clear out Mound, gonna set up a potential flank play. They're gonna have so much trust in Lisa here, and I mean, they had that lockdown, right? So I wouldn't be expected or kind of surprised if we saw it here just as a delay tactic once the spike starts getting planted to buy time to corral the players into this flank force, and there it is. And my question is, are we gonna see, Rescue and friends challenge it, or are they gonna respect it and fall back? Yeah, there it is, tree being occupied. Oh, Chikuza? Nobody's watching.
Yeah, huge lurk and no way to garner this info either. I think they
Hey,
managed to get
Petra.
over that Cypher trip wire here.
Here.
Nobody really watching flank like you said. Oh, Petra
Oh
gets spotted out
no!
in the smoke. Amy as well in
No,
the
you
corner.
can't!
However, the shots don't connect and Tikuza does get one kill.
Beautiful
Still looking to
ping.
be looking to do the damage. Lisa joining in the fray now. A 3v3
Time.
situation. The clock ticking though, like you mentioned, Zoe. Time is not in
remaining.
favor of Valiant here. And Vanya looking to get the final kills. Confirms the headshots. A 3k for Vanya. And G2 goes in. They find their ninth. They got very, very dicey there, but Vanya towards the end holds strong. And yeah, 20 kills for the Omen. Very, very standard G2 things, or just standard Vanya things, I
I
feel
was gonna
like.
say standard Vanya things, I feel like,
Yeah.
even when they were on BBL, but a beautifully faced timeout, right? Before G2 goes and breaks double digits while you're still trailing by 2, and we've seen them on kind of the brink of turning these 2-round deficits around. I mean, unfortunately, the economy gonna be broken down a little bit thanks to those more expensive buys, and they just use one of their kind of gimme ultimates in the form of that lockdown to no avail. So I feel like what do you think is gonna be the strategy that they kind of fall into following this round? Is it gonna be more like targeted aggression? Is it gonna be, kind of, I guess, stop with the pinch plays and try to have all the forces from the same side, or
I mean, at least so far, G2, they haven't been doing anything super complicated for the most part. They are
Mhm.
being very aggressive. They are like making a lot of noise. Most of the time, they go where they make the noise. Last round, we did see a little bit of a pivot towards that other side instead after drawing some attention over. So I think for Valiant, especially if they do have a lot of these retake ults available, they should be a little bit careful about how they're positioning them. Because so far, at least, like you mentioned, this 5v5, this slow retake attempt, it's not really working out against G2, right? The only time it did work was when they had that full buy against G2's bonus. So I think they need to kind of go back to the drawing board here. In terms of what works, I honestly don't know. I would like to see Tikuza get that operator online sooner rather than later because the game is kind of slipping out of our hands here. Hopefully we'll see that next round looking at the economy. But for this round
oh,
at least, yeah, it's just a lot to ask for.
oh, and that jump peak, kind of insult to injury, getting punished for it, but no follow through, no even rotation from Valiant GC. So I think that's one of the things Empoyo was like, is like, don't over rotate. We know G2 likes to prod and dip, which is exactly what had happened. I do like how far away as well Lisa is playing the situation, right? So they kind of don't want Lisa in those clutch situations, right? They want to use their utility just for information collection and then have a more collective effort on the retake, hopefully.
Well, A side has been left open here for the retake. I feel like G2, they will learn this very, very shortly if they haven't already, as they've taken up so much space on the site. And once again, look to plant for this tree area, which is very nice. I feel like we don't really see this plant enough coming out of VCT. Everyone just like pops it in the default area, tries to take up more space and work off the back of that. Now though, Amy at first linchpin of
Nice
contacts here.
paranoia.
Beautiful paranoia off the contact encounter to come through, but Amy still looking to play close and personal. Oh my god, though, Tikuza comes charging in like the cavalry. Vanya, that last line of defense, though, there for the kills, there for the frags, and there for the 3K once again to get G2 to double digits.
I mean, G2 goes and isn't really having to counter strat against these insane plays Valley and GC piecing together. They're literally just like, Vanya, do it. And they do it. I mean, the 3K beforehand
Go kill.
shut down the lockdown strategy. Now, Vanya, the 3K, to lock down this beautiful cohesive push out of Link off of the Blade Storm, off of the paranoia that Mel had supplied. I mean, they literally are single-handedly pushing this team towards victory. 23-7 with 11 assists! So they're still doing their job as a support player.
That's a 3 point something KDA, like part of the
I
map
know.
to come around. But that's just crazy. But yeah, it's just Vanya doing Vanya things. I feel like after 2023, we should have gotten used to it pretty much. Either way, though, the operator, like we were talking about, finally going to be online for Tikuza here. Unfortunately, not going to be finding too much value thanks to that early aggression that we were talking about coming out of G2's side. Now, looking to get aggressive, peek into it, almost gets a collab. It's just going to be that single kill onto the breach there.
Vanya's got wall banged. Yeah.
It was a collab. Yeah, it was a collab. Look at the HP on Vanya. Oh my god, that is so rough. 1 HP.
That's one way to shut down the hero player, but I mean, even with 1 HP, they're still going at it, right? They're like, I might as well throw my life away for information for the team. And oh, that satchel doesn't disrupt Metal. Good for one. Now the entry fragger is gone, but Amy says I can frag nonetheless. Spike recovers. Site deserted thanks to the clear from Vanya. I kind of want to see Vanya push, I'm not gonna lie. But they're not
I
going
don't
to
think I
listen
want
to
to
me.
see
They're the
that.
pro player, not me.
Yeah, Yeah, probably wouldn't want to see that, especially since they have that Hunter Sphere and Petra. They want to keep this numbers game as close as possible, especially knowing that Tikuza
Yeah,
is going to be
utility here.
held back by that operator right now as a retake attempt. Finally, going to be coming in here.
Vanya?
Nice paranoia from Vanya. TP's on top
Yeah, I want
as
to see the
well off the
push.
back of it. That's just nasty work to come through to be able to find that opening kill. Still holding on the
Last
position as
player
well. Has to
standing.
take this 1v1 here. The timing not in their favor. The Petra gets a kill, and now Lisa in the
Oh,
1v2. 1v3,
good
sorry,
trade.
able to get the first one. But yeah, like you mentioned, excellent trade from Petra. Oh, Vanya did play that so well throughout the round, despite that 1 HP.
No, I was right. I was like, I want to see Vanya push, and they're like, wait a minute, Sierra. We'll get you that push here momentarily, just at a better time. I mean, beautiful paranoia, right? I mean, you're deafened, you can't hear the shrouded step up, and Serena being alone there because of the kind of pinch play they were setting up from stairs. And either way, beautifully crafted now, one off from map point on Valiant GC's map pick as well. And I mean, I'm surprised we're not seeing the timeout here from Valiant GC, especially since their buy is going to be atrocious this round and next. So it's going to have to be difficult for them if they lose this round, 5 rounds in a row to get themselves to OT, potentially off of another timeout. But they abandoned all hopes of this aggressive A hold that they were going for, which is kind of scary to me because they're second thinking, they're second guessing themselves.
Yeah, I feel like at some point you overthink so much that you overthink the simplest things that you could do to win something, and it turns out to be the wrong decision. But yeah, I really hope that's not going to be the case that we're seeing here. G2 goes in, like you mentioned, 2 rounds away from stealing their opponent's map pick in here, and you really see like why they were kind of prepared for this Lotus. You can see like a lot of the micro plays that they have, the traps that they have ready to go here, and just the aggression that shows that they're so practiced on it. Now the rescue able to take up so much space for free. Mel, of course, trying to get a paranoia off of that though Serena, and their teammate Nino able to get that crunch, and Nino still going strong here on the frags, has a willing thunder right now. The Vanya strikes back with a kill of their own. It just leaves Mimi. They've been an incredibly impactful player in the past. 1v2 now though, able to isolate the fight, gets the 1v1. That's just disgusting.
And that's the Rolling Thunder online for G2 goes in. And I mean, if there's a 1v1 where you want to use it, then now would be the time in my eyes. We're seeing, I mean, they have to be so careful, and they only have the Bulldog and 1 Swarm Grenade to work with. The angle being held and delivered upon. They're just going to use the Rolling Thunder to close out the map. I mean, why not? And I mean, it's just little mistakes from Valiant GC that round, right? Mel not recognizing that the wraparound was unchecked. Nino getting caught, thinking the Rolling Thunder has hit. I mean, okay, wait, first off, before I narc on Nino, do you see how many assists they have? 21. I was gonna say this was a quiet map for Nino, and that could be a reason why they
I feel like at least half of those are
out.
damage assists. I feel like I should just point that out. They've
Yeah.
been hitting a lot of those shots, but not able to confirm the kills.
Which sucks because next to Chikuza, they usually are that player, that star player for Valiant GC that gets those important rounds, in addition to being a support player. So I want to see them come online to get these next 5 rounds for the team.
Although it's going to be an early Hunter Sphere invested by Petra. Does clear out Lisa, and Tikuza gets taken out. Looks like the beginning of the end here for the side of Valiant GC. At least a little bit of stabilization here as Nino takes down Amy, shutting down that lurk potential towards the mid-round here. But while G2 goes in, they're completely staggered on the C side, just looking to hold down the fort. Petra, though, still towards main, gets a lot of information as to where these players are coming from. Able to get the duel onto Mel and clean it up here. Finally gets shut down, though, but now it's just going to be a 1v3. Not going to be able to find anything as Rescue shuts down that last player. Valiant GC, they put up a valiant effort, but G2 goes in, will be stealing that map pick away in a very dominating show of force, especially in that second half. It felt like they lost 1 round, right? That total half.
Yeah, I mean, very, 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 very punny, first off, I want to say, and I couldn't agree with you
Thank you,
more.
thank you.
But I mean, Prophecy, six half, turn it around on the attack where Lotus is favored. It comes true, but I feel like that's kind of a thing for G2, right? They don't dominate their opponents that much. They more kind of use these battles to learn about them for moving forward. Like, they're like, hey, the more rounds we give them, the more we can kind of learn about the team and prepare for the future. Versus if you dominate, then you don't get to see them tested. You don't get to see the inner workings of the coach or their mind. And regardless, as we said, they still take the map off. They still remain undefeated so far in stage 1 of GC EMEA. You're not though. I mean, we have another map at least, which is Icebox, which is G2's own pick. And I want to remind you, Zach, they have a VOD at least to go off of for this map. So they're not
That's true.
flying blind like they were on Lotus for Valiant
That
GC.
That is true, but before we head into Icebox, we are going to be taking a short break here. So we will be right back on the other side. Hopefully, we get through the second half, second game without any more of these annoying pauses. But that's not on us. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to stage one of the group stage of Game Changers EMEA. We are in the second map of the game between Valiant Game Changers and G2 Gozen. To recap those who missed our explosive map number one, it was a very, very even 6-6 half. That we started off on Valiant's map, but in the second half, G2 completely dominated, losing only their bonus round against the full buy, after which they proceeded to not lose a single round, mainly because of Vania, who dropped like 25 kills in less than 20 rounds. So yeah, on the Omen, by the way. But now we're gonna be
On
heading
the
into
Omen.
Icebox here. We touched upon the team comps a little bit when we talked about G2 Gozen in particular for this map. And yeah, looking at this team comps, Zobi, they are gonna be changing it up. We are getting that dual Brim Viper controller post plants cringe setup that we love to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of expected out of them. We've seen them play it twice, but we should look at the Valiant GC composition because this is their first time actually playing Icebox so far in stage one. So maybe they have something up their sleeve similar to how G2 goes and did, but they're going with the double central composition that we've actually seen a few other teams in, the group stage kind of remain with, tried and true pre Icebox changes. This was the go-to. And I'm not gonna lie, it still works. I mean, you just basically have your killjoy instead of on a site playing that kitchen and that mid position to ensure that no lurk players can take advantage of it. And I mean, last time we didn't really get to see too much because we didn't get to see much of the attack out of G2. Was no real bigger lurk plays, but I do know that we're gonna see a bunch of lurks get taken advantage of, I'm sure, out of Lisa or Jakuza here. So my eyes are gonna be on Amy and how they keep track of where these players are.
Yeah, I think we definitely see a lot of lurks come in across like all the maps that we've seen come out of both these teams so far. I think that when it comes to having impact, I think that by far Amy is that player for me. I think
Mhm.
not just in G2 Goes in this series, but across EMEA, I gotta say Amy is the rattiest player though. And I say this as the biggest compliment I can think of. Because to me, a rat is an embodiment of what a sentinel should be. Like, yeah, I know you want to be like all idealistic, and you're like, yeah, but look at Yampy, he opts with the killjoy. Look at this person, look at that person. I don't care. A lurky sentinel, a rat of a cipher or a killjoy is what you want on that role because you get so much map control, so many kills, and so much information for free. And Amy just excels at doing that, right?
No, completely. And as we wait to get into the game here again, I mean, starting on the attack after G2 goes in is going to be really, really good. I mean, I feel like this composition's made for the attack. Like you mentioned, the cringe, post-plant, mollies, shock darts, you name it. It's going to be in your face if you're Valiant in GC. I'm excited to see how the Sage Wall kind of prevents it all. You know the meme where it's like somebody leaning over, like somebody and taking all the arrows and bullets in their
Yeah,
back and stuff?
yeah,
That's
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be
yeah,
that's gonna be the Sage Wall for everybody on Valiant GC's side. So I'm hoping that they save it for the post plant time, or sorry, for the retake attempt, I should say, time and time again instead of early into the round to kind of hold on to a site. Because, like I said, that is really your only counter to some of these hard projectiles. Otherwise, I don't think you're gonna be able to stick it like we saw them almost get away with.
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely going to be of huge importance to block out those mollies, whether it's from the Viper or the Brimstone or the Killjoy. Like you said, there's a lot of mollies just on the G2 Goes in roster for this post plan, not to mention the Shock Darts as well. So 4 out of the 5 agents here in this lobby for G2 Goes and get play post plans. It's not a very pretty sight if it does get that far. Like you mentioned, also G2's NA team doing the same thing in the VCT yesterday, actually managing to bring themselves to a win off the back of it. So yeah, I feel like this team composition, it does have its strengths. Personally, I find it very cringe, but very cringe is very good in Valorant, is what I've come to kind of find out. So good for T2 Goes, and if they can make it work now, looking to get aggressive on this A side here. Rescue has been taking up so much space for free. Alarmbot gonna be there to at least give away some information that this A side has been encroached upon, and not just encroached upon, a very, very deep presence from G2 Goes, and you can see how wary Valiants are of the situation.
Yeah, but this time a little bit of a change from what we saw on Lotus, and I feel like that just comes out of the map difference as well. From being a little bit more aggressive here, fighting towards
Oh
screens, but
my.
in the meantime, Petra taking care of the flank pretty easily on, but they don't expect a second. Jakuza slipping through the cracks, and so far, Vanya and Rescue doing a good job denying the pinch play. So now last player's position known. Amy makes
Aw,
the
no.
work of it, and instead of a dominant single player like Vanya on Lotus, we get the team ace to start out the pistol for G2 on their map pick.
Very clean pistol as well. They only lost one player, I believe, who went down in that entire fracas there. So very nicely played by G2 Gozen. They didn't even have to use any of their post plans. So this bonus gonna be fully invested in by them. No hero rifles that we're seeing quite yet. It will be 3 bulldogs and a guardian in the hands of Petra. So pretty substantial buy here to come out of G2's side. For Valiant, unfortunately, after losing that round, not much to work with. Mel does at least have enough money to scrape together for a ghost here. And to compensate for this lower firepower, there's gonna be a very heavy stack on this A site and some aggression as well. Now G2 is gonna be hearing all of these sound cues, but still, it's just both sides waiting it out here, waiting for a little bit of an over aggression.
Now, I mean, that's the best kind of play style to try and, like, as you said, feign out that aggression, but it's not really coming early into the round. It's more gonna be a late round redressing of this mid here by Chikusa and Mel, actually using Vania's own Poison Cloud to scale up a little bit. The cycling not matching. Aiming to get their chance to strike, and with the Guardian, they deliver upon it. Mel's timing just wrong for the trade. They were waiting, you know, for their stage to be there to help them out, but
Oh, the fake.
instead, they don't see anybody here either. The drone just barely missing. But like you mentioned, it's all a ruse. The B site actually getting taken on by the B site. A little bit of
Oh my god.
miscommunication, but they get the job done.
Yeah, like a little bit of a argument there, like, no, my ult is closer, give it to me. No, I'm trying to drop it, but I'm on the site, so I can't drop it. So yeah, of course, happens to me in my games as well. But that said, right, Valiant's a player behind, not the greatest weaponry to work with. You kind of wonder if they try to do any kind of damage at all to G2 or just try to die to the spike because of how pivotal ults can tend to be on Icebox. Petra, though, on the hunt here, armed with only a ghost, not much to lose. Position gonna be detected by the Valiant players, and now knowing that they're kind of stuck here, not gonna be really contesting it. Petra, at least able to find that first opening kill here, does get shut down by Lisa, but yeah, with the clock ticking as far as it has, G2 goes and should confirm the second round here, and the remaining 3 for Valiant are happy to just face their demise by the spike to avoid letting G2 charge those ultimates up even more.
Yeah, no. I mean, a well-fought, you know, eco round, but ultimately not able to find much there. Did a good job, though, kind of forcing G2 Gozen around the map, but regardless, it still looked like it was in control of G2 Gozen, right? I mean, nobody there on the B side, allowing them to get the plant that easily, and then they readdress the mid-rotations coming through. What is
Interesting. I've never seen that lineup before.
I was like, what is the point? Were they just testing it, you know, for the spike denial? Does that actually work for Nest? Does it actually, like,
I
does
don't know,
it hit you if you're in
no.
Nest?
The Killjoy Molly doesn't go through roofs, bro. I've tried.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty
There's
sure. I don't know
no
about
way
that
that's
particular
fake,
aspect, but yeah. You know what else is no way? Rescue hitting that shot onto Mel. Mel was not ready for that peak, bro. And despite that lesser weaponry, despite that Bulldog being in Rescue's hands, Rescue definitely being able to make it pop off and find a couple of crucial bites here. A second trade to come through as well towards CT, keeping G2 up in numbers. And again, look at how much space they're just getting for free here, finally. Serena there for the punish, though.
Yeah, but no trade to follow after that. Vani obviously taking their space here a little bit. Doesn't want to extend it further because they know that there's 2 players now with Serena and Sage present, but looks like it won't matter in the long run. Petra on the forefront still. They know where Serena was coming from as long as rotation didn't come through. Further validation from the Owl drone too. Recon bolt insult to injury. Good isolation, but good trade from Amy. And that is a 3rd converted here for the 3-0 in G2 Gozen's favor.
What an explosive bonus round, like starting off Rescue with that aggressive jump updraft on the jet to be able to find a double headshot onto Mel, opening kill, picks up the rifle, goes for a CT, goes ham, finds another kill, immediate refrag, but trade there, and just being able to create so much space and open up the site with those kills is huge, exactly what you want to see on your duelist. I know that on map number 1, a lot of people on G2 Gozen were kind of low in that scoreboard. Like we said, guys, it's not because they were having a rough game, it's just because Vania was killing everybody else. Like, I hope that clarifies.
But I mean, this is the benefit of the stage ball once in a while. You get these aggressive kind of hero plays, but with a deagle in hand, you don't want to give your life away. So the fall back in was trying to be a good distraction, more for the scale up from Mel, but that fall splat as well. Petra almost catching them on an island, but this is a perfect deposit now for Serena. They don't clear down below, and they haven't just yet. Jail's still occupied. Jail's still fragging until it's Vanya again. Vanya just consistently, yeah, it's just Vanya go kill at this point.
Yeah, Vanya already on a couple of kills in this round. There's another flank coming in though. Tikuza might be able to find the timing here, unless of course the luck isn't on their side. Mimi to be able to shut her down there is huge. Now once again, just a repeat of all the things, all the times we saw this on Lotus. Lisa, the last one to rotate over on the side, trying to take the fights here. Does get a tank though onto the first player, and both of those remaining G2 players on site are low, calling in the reinforcements here. A third player to play on top of 410. There's so many angles for Lisa to try and clear here, but if they can find a kill onto the player on 410, it might be what they need. They spot them out, still 71 HP left, Sheriff in hand, but do a little bit more damage. That's huge though. Unfortunately, Rescue there for that final trade, and Lisa not able to confirm the clutch. It got so close there though, Zobia, especially if you look at the HP that the two remaining players for G2 had. They were like 1 bullet each.
No, completely. But now, obviously, that was another eco strategy, and I think Chikuza able to bring the operator online, so that'll be a difference, maybe a surprise element that could get Valiant GC their first round on the board. I mean, we knew this was going to be the dominant map for G2 Ghost, and I said that the victory for Valiant G2 hinged on getting Lotus and sending us to map 3, but we'll see if they can bail them out. Nice little initiator duelist combination here. Gets the recon bolt destroyed, allows Shikuza to stay on this elevated pipes position, but real efforts from G2 Ghost in this time are to challenge directly through the Killjoy utility, completely disrespected, just like Shikuza has just disrespected Amy, but Serena's the real one stealing the spotlight here, completely denying mid push out with Ninu. And I mean, the operator shot onto Petra is just the cherry on top. A flawless round, a great way to change the pace for the team.
Yeah, I think we are finally seeing Tikuza being able to get on that jet, get that operator online early on here, and we've seen how much impact it can have in the past. Once again, we're going to be seeing what it can do in the hands of Tikuza at the right place at the right time here. G2 goes and just completely demolished, and because Tikuza was able to kind of maintain control of that A side, it let these players on mid not rotate over so early, just play down, hunker down, and get a couple of kills. And I think that kind of map control is what Valiant GC have been kind of struggling with, but are now finding. They're still willing to get aggressive here, be a little proactive, forcing G2 to fight a little bit more for every inch of space that they want to take on the site now.
Yeah, so a little bit of a slowdown from G2 goes in this regard. A little bit more thoroughness, especially with its owl drone so far back, because they know these players have been contesting jail. They know who they've been contesting pipes, but they get the green flag. They know it's cleared out. They know Valiant GC is also playing a bit more reserved, a little bit more pushed back here for the retake attempt. And they realize that they don't want to follow through on it. And instead, it's the fast mid pivot. My only concern here, Chikuza clearing out Tube perfectly. Vanya dropped Nina with the backstab too, and they crunched all of the players there on that mid rotation to B. So Amy is left in the 1v5 here, and Serena pretty much on top of it, recognizing it, drops Amy to 23 HP, removes even a hope now of the clutch. I mean, look, the players are storming the spike.
Yeah, unfortunately for Amy, well, she has many talents. She is not Omen, which means she cannot just go pick up the spike and drop it on the site in her own pocket.
30 seconds
She will
left.
have to manually fight out all of these players, like you mentioned, who are just cluttered over the spike here. No realistic way to isolate these fights, especially with her being so low. So yeah, Amy just opting to kind of hang back here, hold on to this gun here, and keep it into the next round. That said, though, for Valiant, these last 2 rounds, they've been a really good testament of what kind of a team they are, being able to hold on to their mental despite that map 1 loss, despite the slow start on Icebox, just being able to focus on getting Tikuza online, enabling her with this early aggression and reads here, and of course, that increased mid control that has been so thorough at thwarting G2 Ghost and in their tracks. I think that G2 Ghost, and they're gonna be the ones to have to kind of readjust their battle plan here, because so far, at least, the mid of the map, that's a no-dice zone.
And no, they've been trying it time and time again, denied time and time again. So I did like the late round readdress after they had taken B main space of mid. Like, that works when you're coming from the B site. But this spawn to be, like I said, that Killjoy utility is designed now with this reworked map to keep it in check, to ensure those kind of plays don't slip through. Eco round coming out. A few hero rifles though from Amy and Vanya, the higher fragging individuals of the team right now. No recon bolt this round is an early indicator now for the rotation from Valiant GC. So maybe a slip up on their part. You can see already the operator headed over. Even now, KJ in position kitchen. Look at the slowdown here. I mean, they have the blades popped, have now the recon bolt in the sight.
Viper roll goes up as well as G2 look to scale up off of it. It seems like they still want to commit towards this B side here. Rescue's Blade Storm gonna be, along with those hero rifles, the main weapons of impact here. The squad at the stage wall looks to clear it out, but unfortunately it's just gonna be a 2-for-2 trade so far. Not if Tikuza has anything to say about it though. Gets another kill as well, keeping the numbers in favor of Valiant GC here. And she's gotten away as well, so yeah, that's a huge getaway.
The 3v2. They still have the lockdown to fall back onto for G2 goes, and that they can get the spike plant in and use it as a time strategy. But for now, they want to isolate these solo players. So a challenge from Amy, but it's the perfect timing response here from Chikuza. The distraction that Lisa needs to swing and take the fight on Amy to secure the round. And although it was a rocky start, 0-4 for Valiant GC, they've turned it around, gotten 3 in a row, and are now 1 away from tying us up here. The only thing is, 3 ultimates have been charging up for G2 goes and untapped into potential. So when you're on the verge of your economy shattering, this is when you're going to use them.
Yeah, for sure. I think that a lot of them definitely have the potential to be huge in this round, of course, not just for taking your site with some things like the lockdown, but also that post plant that you were highlighting, whether it's the Viper's Pit to hold onto that space and make it more difficult to scale up, or whether it is that Brimstone Orbital Strike for a bit more additional zoning, or if you just want to play post plant with it, like, it's a great ult, very, very versatile in a variety of situations. Now that Tikuza once again looking to put pressure towards A main, playing very, very aggressive here. It's going to be rewarded for a kill, although there's an immediate refrag as well, thanks to Vanya's presence. And now with this orbital strike, it does seem like G2, they are willing to scale up here. Yeah.
I mean, Chikuza was the only person dealt with, so a little bit of a disconnect there now. Not as much for the post plant, but you can just see an easy investment of the Viper's Pit in its stead, paired with a lockdown. But for now, they have to flush out the Hunter's Fury, and because of that, they have the green light on the lockdown. It's not available to contest it, so we're gonna have to see that respected by Valiant GC beyond, you know, the spray down from screens beforehand to find a frag.
Yeah, I think for Valiant heading back into this retake now, they might have the player numbers here, but like you mentioned, there's just so much utility available. I'm surprised we didn't see that Viper's Pit coming in, like you said, but I feel like they just want to play this as far back as possible. Now, of course, they do have that first line up here, the Molly that will come through. Half the defuse tries to get stuck, but the wall, it's going to disrupt it at least a little bit. Never mind, it sticks. But it's going to, oh my god, it's going to deny the defuse, but just a little bit left. Half of it has come through though, so this is still a doable round here for this team. There it goes. It's being stuck all the way, and Lisa gets it without too much ado here. Remy does try to push through forward to prevent this exact scenario, but all the players will be found in the end by Valiant as they equalize here 4-4, and now the tables have turned here. G2 the ones at an economic deficit, forced to play with these sheriffs in hand, and I feel like in hindsight, committing that Viper's Pit might have been the play.
No, I agree. I mean, that was the first trial, I should say, of that stacked post-plant lineup. But they didn't have the swarm grenades online, I noticed, for Amy, right? So they didn't have as much delay power as they wanted. They might have gotten destroyed on the retake from Valiant GC, who knows? But I need chat to create the meme that I talked about of that wall protecting them there on that defuse, because that's exactly what I wanted to see it used for. But more aggressive, less hesitation from G2 Ghost in this round, knowing they have to outpace the rotation from Valiant GC if they want a chance of getting this eco round on the board. But this is a good investment. When you know that they're on a save, you know it takes more time to destroy this barrier wall. You're just holding on for the rotations from your team. I mean, beautiful combination between the toxic screen and these slow orbs are actually going to force a complete halt for G2 Ghost. And minus Amy, the one with the hero rifle for the squad, has made it over pipes into sight.
Yeah, a lot of, once again, Amy just able to scale up so far ahead along with Mimi this time around, but it seems like Valiant's, they're happy to possibly open here. A little bit of a spray down off the back of contact with the alarm, but will be enough to confirm all of these kills through a CT as the trades just still come through. Now Mimi in a 1v5, yeah, at least able to get that extra bit of plant money before the utilities up takes her down here. But Valiants, they're gonna be the ones to readjust here, get themselves that lead here for the first time today in this map, and it will be 5-4.
Oh, and there's this question become, does B2 goes and take a timeout here? Do they wait for the next economy cycle before the side swap? And there's my answer. We didn't get to see any timeouts from them on Lotus, but scared enough by that comeback, by these 5 rounds in a row from Valiant GC. And I mean, this is a good time for us to talk about it. They're taking this time out because they don't want to save them for the next half. So that means they have some sort of strategy for the defense. How do you think the defense is going to differ with this composition from G2 Gozen than what Valiant GC is running with the double Sentinel?
Honestly, I don't think it will differ too much because, like you said, the sage wall is kind of just being used more for that retake Dan to wall off mid, like you used to see on Icebox. So
Yeah,
I feel like the biggest difference is that you have that additional bit of smokes to put down, which means that you can commit your Viper utility a little bit more aggressively. Like
fair.
a lot of times, you put like let's say you put your smoke down towards mid or towards B, you put your Viper wall down towards A. Well, you don't need to do that anymore. You can put everything you want on A, hold on to that Viper smoke until you need it to cross over in an emergency or defuse a spike, and have your brimstone do the rest of the smoking at least until the smokes run out. So yeah, just having a little bit more smokes, a bit more denial power, a bit more denial utility. Like of course, if you're gonna be able to molly a cross angle, odds are you're not gonna see anyone crossing over it without taking a lot of damage, if at
Mhm.
all they cross. Like most of the time people just like they're like, yeah, nope, I'm out of here. So I think having a denial utility could be really valuable. It also kind of frees up Killjoy to just concentrate on mid by themselves, which you already do see most teams kind of running her towards because she's like one of those agents that can watch both vents as well. Sorry, halls, the tube as well as mid thoroughly. So I feel like, yeah, you kind of need you can kind of use this double controller to get over that as well. Like if you spawn a
Mhm.
killer turret on the flank, you can just smoke it off the flank comfortably.
That is true. But for now, we just see the conclusion of this half. 5-4. Coming out of a timeout for G2, a very important round, because if they lose this, it's an eco, or at least a force buy the following round. And we could be looking at a 7-5 favoring Valiant GC. But for now, I want to challenge B main a little bit more than normal. But even then, Valiant GC pushing up a little bit further than normal to kind of lock down B main, so confident in that regard, recognizing they've denied that space since there's no follow-up Sova utility, no recon bolt, no owl drone. So I like how reserved this A defense has been, playing screens, playing deep into rafters. Part of it coming likely from the safety, the confirmation of this Sage wall, and now this recon bolt. So we'll see if the toxic screen cycle rotation adequately denies G2 this site plant, but it buys enough time. I mean, the whole team's already here. Look,
Yeah, they're already here and now looking to push forward off the back of this recon bolt. Not gonna spot anything, although we are gonna be seeing an early defense lockdown place here. Immediate Hunter's Fury gonna be popped to try and counter, although on side it's taking
who's
Tupuza to find not just that first kill with the operator,
Amy?
second with the shorty as well. Amy on side, able to find at least a couple of trades on Serena.
No time,
Looking to
yeah.
do some damage, will be forced to fall back here. Serena in the end will be enough to find those last couple of kills. So like you mentioned, yeah, G2 goes and forced to come in on the side, had no time to work around with, and yeah, in that aggression, just that heavy site presence that Valiants have been showing throughout this half came back to kind of bite G2 there in the back. Now, once again, Tikuza able to hold on to his operator. G2 goes in. Second last round of the half. Not much of an economy, so you are going to be seeing a bit of a scattered hero buy here with those two Bulldogs. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, looks like they're going back towards mid, but even a reposition this time from Valiant GC. Looks like they're going to try and pull out an early pinch play, potentially off this aggression from the Jet Viper combination. They don't have the kills in utility kitchen this time, which is a concern, but they do have Serena there. So with this smoke into window, they just crept through B main, and Chakuza realizes it has to get out of dodge, has to reposition into kitchen, but this allows Rescue to slip up, and they might even updraft to collect the operator. No, 45 HP to their name. They can't afford to 5 HP. They're even forced now to play their life even further, but Serena on top of it for the denial. Val doing a good job navigating this yellow control, waiting for their team to reinforce them. 8 bullets though, they gotta get a reload off at some point, but Vania says, no need to reload that weapon, I'll take it off of your hands and do it for you. But Toxic Screen, not good timing here. So they have to invest additional sky smokes before the plant comes through. And in a 2v3, this is when you want to invest as Viper's Pit. And there it is.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely going to be a huge pit, of course. An additional layer of pressure here for G2 goes in as they try to make this 2v3 work out. Resurrection to come through though to put a little bit more pressure on the Valiant side, and this plant is outside the Viper's heat here. Gonna still be able to come through thanks to the Molly and Mimi to take that first fight. To be able to find that kill is huge, but it's just a 1-for-1 Vanya now in a 1v3, able to isolate that first kill. Looking to push forward here, but the shorty in that close angle will deny the clutch for Vanya and win this second last round and a half for Valiant GC. 7-5 right now, and G2 goes in. They are struggling just a little bit here against this oppressive operator and quick rotations to come out of Valiant.
Yeah. Luckily, they'll have at least one kind of hurrah here before the sides swap. Like I said, I was predicting the 7-5 half. And I mean, Valiant GC doing a good job of disrupting my theory of them having to win that map 1 in order to send us to split that decider. I mean, Lisa, all right, thank you for the confirmation. But, I mean, it was, remember, that kind of 6-6 even out from G2, and then the swap happened and they ran away with it. So I really could see the side swap being that green light again for G2 goes in. So it is nice that Valiant GC is getting so many rounds on the board here. Nice as well, B main denial, nice read in regard to that this trying to be a B hit from the squad. Outdrone finds Mel. They're forced to dip out of yellow. Nice playing around the snake bites, but unfortunately Recon, the ultimate disruption here, gets the pit offline, forces Lisa to go on the offensive, and Petra is ready to take that exchange. Aiming with backstab, it feels like for once they lost track of where all the G2 players were. So a 2v3 amazing post-plant situation with the orbital strike online. So we need to see Chikuza get this frag, but toxic screen vulnerability makes it an easy fight for Mimi. And the 3v1 is all Petra needs to get the frag onto Serena to end us on that 7-5 and set them up for the best conversion possible if they get this pistol.
Yeah, they're going to be able to feel a bit happy about ending the half with a lead here. A bit of an improvement compared to their Lotus 6-6 half. But what we saw in that Lotus game was G2 being able to kind of just steamroll and run away with the momentum here with that side switch coming in. Now, of course, for Valiant, they're going to be the ones on attack at this time around. So they're going to be the ones kind of facing the pressure of converting these rounds against the utility barrage that G2 is ready to dump at them here. And personally, I feel like that might kind of decide how the rest of the round shapes up. If G2 decide to go in for a bit of a more patient strategy, you know, play for the retake, let them get the spike down, and then go at them while they're at it, it might make getting the defuse there a little bit more difficult, because both of these agent comps, they're the meta comps for a reason. Of course, Valiant a little bit more so meta, I would say, than G2 goes in at the moment, but I still think that it's a meta comp for a reason, and when you just have that much of post-play utility, most of the time you can't afford to let any of these players even get onto site here. Chikuza, though, like no fear in the world, just taking so much space for free here. No kills to be found, but still, it's gonna be a far back wall and the plant to come through on this B side for Valiant, leaving them in a 5v5.
And Vanya start throwing their life on the line to hold down the site. Opts into the 5-on-5 retake here. Nice delay power from this barrier wall, but I love the position EMEA has found themselves in. The only issue here is that toxic screen not allowing them to capitalize on the high-low advantage. So instead, Rescue gonna try and be the tip of the spear, but here comes that Skyfog actually harming them in the long run, not allowing them to take these fights as effectively, but then a 4v1 here. Right click's not gonna land in the smoke. Rescue with an eagle, flaps back, and as foretold, I should say, when the side swap occurs, the round going in favor of G2 goes in. A window of opportunity to tie things up early on.
Yeah, they were able to convert that pistol, and it got a little bit dicey for sure, but overall, I think just the fact that they're able to stay so calm and collected and just systematically clear angles on the way to getting that spike defuse, very, very cleanly done by G2. Kind of what you come to expect from them, I suppose, at this point. Still, though, Amy now gonna be able to upgrade to the Spectre solo player kind of hanging around here, aside from Rescue on that Outlaw, which we haven't seen much of in this tournament. I think we saw it like one day so far, so it's gonna be exciting to see what Rescue can do with this gun.
I've seen Chikuza with the Outlaw pretty deadly on maps with this jet, but as you said, it hasn't come out for them just yet. I mean, they're the one on an eco round here, but again, a little bit looser of a hold. They invested the Killjoy utility on A. They're relying on Rescue to deny this under 2 position, which they do get 1, but they've allowed Chikuza to slip in and clear all of Kitchen. Now Serena joining them at their side. They should be able to get a trade here on Devani, especially with the early indication from their extra teammate. I mean, this toxic screen not allowing the frags, but as soon as it falls, the jig is up. Ninu is down. And just like that, it's just one player falling after another slowly in favor of G2.
Yeah, you see Viper getting a little bit lucky there as the Outlaw shot goes wide, but still, it is the Rescue trying to find this final kill here. Not able to quite hit the no-scope, but it will be finally Petra saying, alright, that's enough playing with your food. Let's just finish the round here. Applause to come through in this anti-eco, leaving G2 not just a substantial bonus, but also, Zobi, like you mentioned, at that tight score here. And looking at the scoreboard, I think one particular ult that I do have my mind on that could come in to play very early on, going by how Petra has been playing, would be that Hunter's Fury.
I mean, great for that spike denial, especially with them anchoring a solo rescue on the A site, which is where it looks like Valley and GC is setting their sights on. They're going to go for an early flank play, and I'm concerned about Mel getting overwhelmed, especially because that would be a Vandal handed over to G2 Gozen. Luckily, this toxic screen should prime them well for the fight for the frags, and no trades follow just yet, but Mimi changes that outcome. You can see, though, look at the response from Valley and GC. They recognize this is more than one off player. They recognize this could be the entire team, so now the kind of focus, the redial in onto the A site, ensuring there was no additional push up there with the utility from Serena. But even then, I mean, I feel like it's been a little bit too slow of a follow through on A. I mean, the players now for G2 Goes and almost rotating all the way over to help Flood retake the site.
Let's see if that will be the call here. Of course, like you mentioned, I'm agreeing with you there. I think that the Flood retake, it should help at least alleviate this kind of pressure that Valiants are running here on the site. Yakuza looking to take that early contact, but instead it's gonna be the kills coming through for both Rescue and Amy. At least a trade coming through.
Arena?
2 trades in fact before she finally gets shut down, but now it is just Lisa in a 1v2 here. Gotta be investing both of those volleys quite early on. Keeps the clock ticking, keeps things. There's a smoke on the spike as the diffuse tap finally comes through here. Rescue just perfectly covering their teammate, not letting them take a single bullet, as you do see Mimi finally confirm that diffuse here. G2 goes in. They steal away this round, and they bring themselves to 8 here. That's 3 rounds in a row on defense right now.
Yeah, no, completely obliterating that 7-round run that Valley and GC went on to establish that 7-5 half. Like you said, they claimed the lead. They put themselves in a really comfortable position economically, so much so that Rescue is able to get that operator online, which we know how much of an issue it was for for G2 to handle on their attack half. So we'll see if we can find the same usefulness against this eco buy coming in for Deagles and that hero Bulldog. We'll see what they can find when all of their efforts are targeted towards this A site, minus Mel, who's going for the mid lurk.
Mid-lurk, I mean, so far at least a lot of these rounds, we haven't really seen too much value come out of the mid-lurk for the opposite team. So it will be Mimi taken down here by the barrage of players who are just getting their way onto site, pushing as aggressively as possible. And yeah, now that they've gotten a pick, it seems like they are considering the rotation option here, possibly hoping to catch somebody else who rotated over from B or mid towards the side of the map.
I would like this rotation other than that the operator is lying in wait, lying in surprise there behind that toxic screen. And it does look like with that recon finding information on A, they hope that it'll keep a few players from G2 goes in there. So the commitment now, I can't even say the commitment to the rotation because they're still just deciding for themselves here. I mean, Spike leaning towards A, Killjoy utility still in play as well. They want to go for the mid to B, which I think would work for potentially thwarting this operator. Or they're gonna go mid to A? 30 seconds left. Oh, I don't know about that, Chief. Petra can capitalize off of the poison orb beautifully here. Now they're finally forced for the backdoor option of the B site. Luckily, Toxic Screen still in play from Mel as well. Oh, why do you?
That's a huge kill there with Rescue, with the holding the angle with the operator, able to take down Serena there, now leaving only this Viper and this Killjoy in a 2v4. No way for them to just try and play post bunch. You can see how aggressive they're forced to kind of position themselves to do some damage. Now the first volley comes in, plays a little bit of and spoils for here as Petra gets taken down. They don't know the position of Mel here, but maybe there to flank the flanker here. It's gonna work out the nasty headshot to start things off here. And Mel, in the meantime, having picked up the gun, will be the final nail in the coffin to shut down Rescue here. Incredible 2v4 to come out of both of these players, and they keep VLNT GC in this at 8-8.
No, textbook there. And this is an interesting timeout from Zempoyo in my eyes because they just kind of disrupted that momentum and should be setting themselves up for a run. But like we said, G2 goes and is going to have a full buy here again. So they're kind of using this as a preventative timeout to ensure that the direct turnaround doesn't follow suit from G2 goes, and especially when they have this Hunter's Fury, especially when they have this Blade Storm online. But I mean, again, it did look like at first VLNT GC was a little scatterbrained at the start of that round, but once they came together towards that mid to B execution and that post plant unfolded, that was just textbook play between Mel and Lisa. I mean, the Deagle shots obviously helping out a little bit there, but even just the bait there where they had to force Rescue to take that fight and the response from Mel to swing and get the double kill, just I couldn't have asked for a better way to get your thrifty on the board. Keep your hopes alive for map 3 in this series. And I'm sorry, but if you're Mad Lions, Koi, and Focus Soccer, you have to be on the edge of your seat right now.
Yeah, I mean, even though you're not directly playing, I feel like this is arguably the game that has the most impact for how your future in this league is going to play out for the rest of this first split, I believe. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if EMEA has splits or if it's like just the whole edition for the whole year. But yeah, at least for stage 1, that will be the case here. Now, though, finally going to be heading back into the game. VLNT having used their timeout to good ends, we hope. You can probably see Zempoyo putting together the calls like, yeah, guys, keep doing what you're doing, play together, nice little peeks off the back of your teammates, stuff like that. But yeah, Tikuza still has the tailwind ready to go, still ready to enter here, has her entire kit, everything in the world to put some pressure on this B site as Spike also joins them here. Viper will committed as well. And despite all of this, right, you can see how far back these players from VLNT are playing. Hunter's Fury going to be invested early on though by G2.
And it doesn't really find too much information either, so nobody home on the beast except for Vanya here. Chiku's kind of taking advantage of the toxic screen to slip into this cubby undetected. She'll be able to punish on the outskirts of the toxic part of the pit, and yeah, where the orbital strike comes in. Vanya doesn't expect it, thinks the space is theirs. And look at the immediate response to the follow through into kitchen. So they're going to be able to attack these rotations from under tube. They know at least one player is there and they take care of that. Question is, do they expect the others? Do they expect Amy? And the answer is yes. This change to Icebox, this window being used beautifully. And they're on par for an ace here.
Looking for the last couple of kills as well as G2 goes in. They gotta make the choice here. Do they want to save the guns? Yeah, there's not much time left on the clock here to try and facilitate this retake here, especially in a 2v5 here. Yeah, I think the call for G2 is just going to be to try and hold on to these guns, carry them into the next round, because like we said, the economy, because this is back and forth, it hasn't quite had the chance to grow very sturdy here. And I think that for G2 goes in, even if they lose the battle here, they want to be more focused on winning the war, which is making sure they can take these next couple of rounds. Yeah, Mel.
Or Mel.
It happens to the best of us. And yeah, once again, we're going to be seeing one of these full buy gun rounds here. Although this time G2 goes in, they don't have the fullest buy. In fact, other players forced to play with just sheriffs.
You know, that's the reason for the save, is they knew this was going to be either an eco round or they might have those difference makers in the hands of the top frags, Petra and Rescue. Looks like an interesting decision to place both of the controllers here on this B site to lock down B main, hopefully. Which, I mean, it's the correct read because VLNT GC is here. They're going to try to deposit themselves in this more aggressive position since those aren't the players with the hero rifles. Unfortunately, though, Mimi, that recon bolt, is going to kind of foil the plan, foil the strategy just a bit. So they're forced to fall off, leaving only Vanya to their normal defensive protocol.
Protocol. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though, seeing that some of the firepower in these G2 players' hands, it's less than ideal here. Vanya armed with only a sheriff, looking to hit the headshot, do some damage here, but not quite able to connect it off the back of the VLNT. They scale up so far ahead, they get that barrier orb down, and they look to stick the spike plants right now. Full 5-on-5 is what we're looking at here in G2. They don't really have these valuable retake ults, or too many of them, that they want to expend in this round. Like, yes, sure, defining damage would be nice to have a couple of players here with these upgraded rifles, but yeah, I don't think that's happening. You do see Vanya try to go for the tap here. The spray attempt coming in. You can see that for the side of
The Molly line.
Valiant, at least they're gonna
Lisa?
yeah, they're just forced to kind of play for the spike here. Lisa in the meantime just watching yellow gets a triple already. No even need for the Molly lineup here. Mimi doing the best that she can, gets a couple of kills of her own, and while Amy gets it down to 1v2, both players being so incredibly low, one bullet each, it will still be Valiant GC to come out on top and get themselves to double digits here, 10-8.
You know, a very dangerously close round, though, I would say, favoring G2 goes. And I was going to mention how that barrier wall has just brought such stability to the Valiant GC executions for obvious reasons. You can't deny the spike plant as effectively there, and it just kind of gives you additional time to reposition the post plant, which I think what pulled out the win for them. I mean, you saw it, the kind of layered utility execution where you could see it denying any as you put it, ninja diffuses not coming through. And I think this is well placed timeout as well, right? They just had a pretty solid, I would say, eco round. Obviously, with the hero rifles carried over the save from the rest of the squad. So looking at the buy and what it was light shields across the board, but still full weapons, including that operator for rescue. So they're going to talk about how to leverage this effectively, because if they lose this round, it is a
Mhm.
pretty much guaranteed map point for Valiant GC unless they get a thrifty strategy also discussed during this tactical pause. And I knew Valiant GC, like I said, their maps have been so close against the other front runners in this group, yet just stolen away at the last second, that they were gonna put up a show, and this has definitely been that.
Yeah, they're definitely fighting for their life here, not wanting to go down by any means, and pretty sure that all the Mad Lions fans in the chat are probably rejoicing at this right now, seeing Valiant a little bit ahead of G2 goes in. But yeah, not only that, Valiant right now they have so many ultimates to work with here. They have that lockdown available for that side take. They have the resurrection as well, I think. So definitely so much to work with here for this particular team. The Blade Storm as well for Tikuza in a bit of a tight situation if this outlaw doesn't quite work out here. That said, though, G2 goes in, like you mentioned, operator online, gonna be positioned towards his A side, not gonna really spot anyone, and you can see Rescue slowly but surely picking more and more aggressive angles to try and watch from here, at least at the at least at the beginning. That said, though, we're gonna be seeing the outlaw trying to make some damage, but Amy, that's just a disgusting headshot, just taps Tikuza as she walks past through that window.
Gonna say I wanted to see the Chikiza outlaw shine. It was hyping it up earlier in
I
this
was hoping for
matchup,
it, not
but
gonna lie.
this window's brutal. They're going for the
Oh no!
res actually.
You will not
It's
kill
gonna
my
be
ally.
undeniable here. Spray's actually landing.
No way. That is disgusting.
That's insane preparation, and now cat's out of the bag about the operator for rescue. They're forced to retreat to the backside of A, which is where the hit looks like it's gonna start coming
30
in
seconds
from
left.
Valiant
You should
GC. So you
run.
see this little rotations now. The lockdown, further confirmation that this is the end goal. Rescue though, they have other plans. They look like they want to stick it through. See what frags they can find, like Mel.
Spike
Like
down
Ninu
A.
too.
My ult is
Finally,
ready.
Serena punishes them for it, but with
10
10 seconds
seconds
left and the lockdown's kind of effect
One enemy
expiring,
remaining.
that was a bold fight to take, and it cost him the round because we know Vanya can get those fights, get those frags, and just like that, G2 goes back in it.
But it was almost like G2 were setting like waves of defenders just to like keep that plan from coming in. Like, yeah, I know you have 15 seconds. You have to get the spike down. It's a 2v4. I have the bodies to burn. And G2 goes in. They do exactly that, knowing that all they have to do is keep that spike from going down to achieve that win condition. You could see how far one of their players was back as well, knowing that all they had to do was play for that time expiration to get themselves to 9 right now. Only one round trailing behind. Still, the economy gonna be there for Valiant, but no real ultimates for them to try and contest with the exception rather of this Hunter's Fury, which might be needed for that post plans or to counter that lockdown from the Killjoy here. G2 still playing so aggressively towards this B side here. When this wall goes down, Mimi's gonna find so much value here. Only able to get the first kill though. Back from Vanya, confirms the second here, and as the smoke goes through, Mimi will be able to fall back to safety. That's two huge openers for G2 goes.
Yeah. Now a 3v5. The lockdown, more of an insurance policy at this point. I mean, Nino not having the resurrection because it was used last round to try and get Chikusa back on her feet. I mean, I will say Lisa's definitely stepped up on these clutch plays a little bit more than on Lotus, and they still were able to pull out some rounds like this one. So we'll see if it can get a semblance of hope here, but it is concerning how far away they are. Instead of maybe a mid lurk, it being this A lurk. Could be a victim of the rescue operator, but that might be, too much to ask. Now Spike's on the other side of the site. Now you only have 30 seconds left, and this is where if I'm Lisa, I'm actually considering a save, and they look like they're going to take that advice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call. What are you going to achieve in a 1v5 with the Spike halfway
Get the
around
operator
world?
away?
Yeah, the operator, all of this stuff away that you have to like kind of contend with. So yeah, Lisa just gonna be like, yeah, for this round, I'm done. 15 seconds. I'm just gonna chill on this A side, maybe try to figure out what exactly has been going wrong in these last couple of rounds. Because G2 Gozen, they are gonna be able to tie things up here, 10-10, and they're definitely not letting Valiant run away with the half like they did themselves on Lotus here. Both teams keeping it close, keeping it competitive, but G2, even with this operator pressure, it's just a testament to how well trained the whole team is, like how good they are at coordinating together. Because that whole round, right? You saw that initial barricade of Mimi and Vanya that you saw Valiant just struggle to pierce through, and the second time around they changed things up. They were a little further back. There was a reposition coming out of Vanya and Petra. There were able to keep that crossfire and pick up those kills. So just these little micro adjustments from G2 that let them maintain control so much better on this defensive side. I think they've really helped in keeping their score lines this tight and even.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what Valiant GC can do at this point, because it does seem like they're running out of steam a little bit, that their playbook is getting exhausted just a bit. And I'm hoping that the answer is them finding a first blood onto Rescue, right? Because I feel like Rescue has survived round after round, letting the other kind of players on the team take the fights for them. I mean, even this round looking like they're setting up for an aggressive Pipes play off of the Sova utility. I want to see Chikusa just drop them with this Guardian shot. And I feel like if there's any player that can deliver it, it is going to be them. And that would even open up the door, for like we said, the plant, for then a Hunter's Fury, post-plant strategy. And that, it literally, just getting the operator offline opens up the world of possibilities for this A site.
Yeah, I mean, for that they have to get rid of the operator, and so far at least Rescue, they haven't, like, whenever people do come in front of the operator, Rescue has been able to find these frags, so definitely credit to them in that regard. That said though, yeah, a little bit of a tech pause coming here at 10-10, keeping the game spicy and excited here. Looking at the scoreboard, of course, for Valiant, it is Lisa leading in terms of the kills here, but also in terms of the clutches. I think that Lisa has been very, very clutch for a lot of the rounds that Valiant were able to convert and win so far, but on the opposite side, it's a little bit more evenly balanced, I would say. Everyone within like a couple of kills of each other.
Ooh, a nice cloud burst though, to deny the information that Rescue's still holding this close angle. Then again, Serena just as effective in flushing them out. Now the Hunter's free to try and punish, to flush out all of this utility. But in the meantime, it's Petra actually, like I said, acting as that protector for the operator, acting as that shutdown when Rescue isn't able to have the visibility, the sight line with that operator to strike. And they've completely stalled out this attempt here yet again. So we're going to see Lisa on the other side of the map. We said it, they're the clutch queen here. They're also the one who has to open up these plays, these rotations for the team. So a lot asked of them. And Vanya isn't just going to give them that handout for free.
Yeah, for sure. I think this B side, of course, you have this little battle being fought on its own, but it's just a key to the bigger one that we're going to be seeing in this round here as the team looks to address towards mid, towards possibly B side right now. Lee's already able to find the opening finally onto Vanya here, and there's this lurk coming through from Mel as well. Does get spotted out though, so that's going to be an early kill, early lurk to be shut down by Amy here. Does have the lockdown off the back of that, so if the spike does go down on this B side, there's a huge ult available for G2 Gozen to find the clear with Serena though. Once again, able to equate numbers, Rescue with a quick push and trade there, and now in a 2v3, 15 seconds left. Alias, they have to go for the plot.
I mean, Storm Grenade could deny that, but Amy's like, I'll just peek and win the round. Finds Lisa and Nino in quick succession. And just like that, after following that time out, they get the round, they get the operator back, and they are swimming towards that map point to ensure that that 7-5 half, even though they started out with the odds stacked against them, they won't end that way here. They want these maps not to slip away. They want to remain undefeated here, Zach.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot. Like we said, this is not a game about qualification. It's a game about bragging rights. And G2 goes and being that I think the only team so far in any of these stages to have not dropped a single map on their path to victory. Something, definitely a record that they would like to keep. Of course, I think this has been the closest map that we've seen so far that a team has pushed them to. So definitely nice to see that coming out of Valiant's side. That said, though, G2 goes in 2 rounds away from closing out this map and series, so pressure starting to pile on the shoulders of these Valiant players here. They're still gonna have the economy for a purchase, but notice that 4 of their players have light armor, and unless they get the plants or win the round here, the economic cycle is not gonna get any better for them.
True. And now, we said that the operator's been the problem child for Valiant GC to tackle. And Aldra not spotting it out here is very dangerous. If Chikuza gets first blooded again, that might just be the beginning of the end, but that bullet narrowly avoided. Chikuza not scared away by the prospect either, now pushing, pioneering forward into Maze, while pretty much also fearless Serena's just going for the plant here. And now the post plant in their favor. Rescue as well dropped in first blooded. This is all the cards I wanted to see line up, but the unaccounted factor could be this lockdown. Forced to respect it with no Hunter's Fury on line. We'll see how the reflood in goes after its kind of qualities have expired. Look at this. Amazing combination. Serena has to go for the hero play. It doesn't follow through. Now most of the molly's getting exhausted. The Sky Smoke's even not allowing that next position to be taken advantage of. And Ninu, there's nothing they can do. It's just getting stuck. And G2 goes and reaches map point. Nino now forced to tuck away after finding one onto Mimi to keep this weapon, to keep even a chance at that map 3 alive. At the buy coming through. Light Shield's gonna come across the board. Another Guardian buy out of It's looking like D-Day here.
Yeah, no ultimate team that can try to make up for the slack in economy. These are the only 3 off of it. You might see that coming into play, but overall, I think G2 on this defensive side, they had a little bit of a rough start in the middle, but these last 5 rounds, last 4 rounds, they've been absolutely pristine here, and our economy is thriving. They still have that Viper's Pit. They still have that Orbital Strike for a little bit of additional deterrence or zoning if necessary. And yeah, the pressure, it's all got to be on Valiant's side here to, like you said, to be up in this map and then lose it, having lost that map 1 as well. There's just so much pressure that they're facing. And once again, it's Rescue to come out on top in terms of first blood in this round, thanks to that operator shot that she managed to hit.
Like I said, the outcome for these rounds seem like it's almost based off of those first bloods, and Serena thinking they had slipped in to punish, not able to find anything. Desperate play out of Ninu as well to use that barrier wall to get out of the orbital strike, costing their life too. So again, Lisa has to clutch up the most important round yet and the hardest one at that spike on the opposite side of the site. A 1v5 on the line, and Bonnie is just baiting them at this point. The rest of the team on the mid rotation, and a flawless way to end that series. It's very on brand for G2 Gozen as they kind of solidify this flawless streak, this dominant streak before their final game of the group stage tomorrow against Falcons Vega. But more importantly, Zach, what does that mean for the outcome of this group?
Yeah, I mean, like we discussed, the winning results today will decide which team gets relegated. So because G2 goes and were able to pick up the victory today, it will, unfortunately, because of I think 3 teams are stuck at that 1-3 score line right now. So I think that it will lead to Mad Lions Koi being relegated, at least for this stage 1. Very, very unfortunate, especially after their win yesterday, their first win yesterday, I must say. But yeah, Focus Sakura and Valiant, they both got to be breathing a sigh of relief because they will be moving on to that playoff stage. So congratulations to them. G2, of course, that additional chip on their shoulder that says, like, yeah, we did it. We haven't even broken a sweat yet. Or at least, I wouldn't say they
I think they might have been sweating today.
Especially on Icebox. It was a little bit sweaty there for sure in that second half. It got very, very tight, I would say, for lack of a better phrase, especially when Valiant, they kind of had their attacking comps figured out, but there were some really nice adjustments from G2, especially after that timeout from Tempest. I feel like they kind of understood their opponents a little bit better, and they handled it like a champ there. Like those final couple of rounds, it really felt like they could do no wrong. Even when they lost a player early on, even when Rescue wasn't connecting the operator shots, they were just so good at adjusting and playing for that map control. And I think for me at least, I'll ask you the same question, but for me at least, I think the hero of the map for me, it was Petra, because she had like a lot of really good info, really good reads there, very underwhelming on the scoreboard for sure compared to some of the other players we saw. But I feel like in particular, she just was able to do a lot of the really high stake calls and high stake info plays that we saw coming out. But for me, it was Petra on this map. But what about you?
I think I will agree with you. I mean, obviously, Rescue with the operator
Oh yeah.
being that kind of hurdle that Valiant GC couldn't get over, but Petra was consistently there with them on that A side hold, right? They were always in their back pocket in case they fell, in case they were in danger. They were that protector that allowed them to get in these fragging positions. And I always love the support players more than the spotlight actresses. So I will side with
I
you
feel like with G2, they're
there.
one and the same. I just feel like we have to say that, you know?
That is true. I mean, look at Vanya on Lotus.
25
But
kills, just another day at work.
yeah. But regardless, that does mean that tomorrow the G2 versus Falcons Vega game, I'm not gonna change my prediction. I still think G2 is gonna take it, but I think we're going to map 3 on that. At least we have to, unless for some reason Falcons Vega 2-0s. But what world would that be, Zach?
A very, very, very questionable one where I would probably, I don't
Mm,
know, not be completely sober. But bad jokes apart, I don't know, it could happen, man. Worst things
good.
have happened. I mean, G2 lost to BBL last time and everybody had the
That
same
is true.
reaction. So you never know. I'm gonna stick to my guns here and say that G2 will continue
Me
their
too.
rampage through the group stage without losing a single map. No, you said map 3. I'm saying 2-0.
Oh, you're
I,
saying no map at
don't
all?
don't
Okay,
look.
okay,
I don't get me wrong. I love Falcons. I think they're a great team. They're a great roster, but they ain't G2. I just gotta
okay,
say that EMEA
okay.
has queens for a reason, and they are G2 for a reason. It's just
Yeah.
history at this point.
Well, we hyped up the matchup tomorrow that we think is going to be really close, but there's another really close matchup about to happen after the short break between NASR Ignite and Giant X. Now, I believe we both went with Giant X there, correct?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
And
I mean, they are dominating their bracket so far.
yeah,
So of course our woods are gonna go over there. But I think that's gonna be all that we will be talking today because we have
yeah.
a newer, fresher pair of
Phew.
casters who will be coming in to take on this next map, next series rather, like you mentioned, between Nasser Ignite and Giants X. And just to recap the stakes here, Giants X group leader, Nasser Ignite. I think both of these teams have already
I think they
qualified for
have, yes.
playoffs. But again, just bragging rights. Can Giants X continue their dominion over the other group? Can Nasser Ignite do a bit more in terms of getting themselves those points to set themselves up for success a bit higher in that bracket? Those are the questions in our head.
And they will be answered by Fifi and Joy K in the next matchup coming at you soon. So stick around, get something to drink, get a snack, and they'll see you on the other side. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to the VCT EMEA Game Changers stream on Dive GG. My name is Joy K. I'm being joined by Fifi. Fifi, how are you doing today?
Hello, welcome everyone. I'm super happy to be there with you today because it's going to be like the first time together casting a game. So pretty excited about it. Even if we have a match that's going to be not very decisive, in terms of results, because both of the teams are already qualified for the playoffs, but it's still going to be interesting, I think, strategy wise.
Yeah.
Maybe we can talk a little bit about the previous match, the results we had. I saw some information drop there. It was
Yeah,
G2 against Valiant earlier.
exactly. So G2, they quite dominantly beat Valiant in 2-0 last match on Icebox, all maps. But Icebox has made a major comeback ever since we had another kickoff here in the VCT, which is interesting on its own. But yeah, what does this mean for the rest of the bracket? Well, this unfortunately means that even after a very hard fought victory yesterday, Mad Lions will sadly be relegated. And that is super unfortunate because I don't know if you were watching yesterday, Fifi. I was casting all the action. This was an incredibly hard fought game for them. But sadly, they lost a three-way tie to Focus Sakura. And that means that, Focus Sakura and Valiant will both be advancing, and Mad Lions will be relegated in this
Yeah,
instance.
it's. I like the fact that the games are pretty tight overall. With all these teams, and in this group we are casting today, it's K-Cup who didn't make it yesterday against NASR Ignite that we will see like now tonight. What is really
Mhm.
interesting is that K-Cup again they had to win because if they lost and they lost. They were tied with Neon Blade, and unfortunately, losing against Neon Blade, they were just out of the group. So yeah, a bit unfortunate. But for this game, so we will see again NASR Ignite, this time again Giant X, who are pretty performing so far.
Yeah, you mentioned it before we went live. Giant X not having lost a single game, which is really impressive. And I have to be honest, if if we can get a look at the predictions here, I think I'm the only person that has put NASR Ignite to win this. I'm not. All right, I'm just being told by
Can
production
we
I'm not.
see?
Oh,
Maybe can we see the prediction?
okay, yeah, it's me and
Let's
Billy actually. Billy, me and Billy,
check.
who have seen NASR obviously in the last game changers. They were very strong. So we're sticking with our guns here. NASR Ignite, we put them to win, but the rest of you put Giant X to win. Now, is this because you have a how do I say this? A certain favorism here towards Giant X, or is it just because they have won every game that they've been in so
It
far?
it's just because I love stats and I love to rely on stats, even if sometimes it is not really like valuable. But the
Mhm.
fact that Giant X they were before the this playoffs, this group stage, sorry, during the closed qualifier and the open qualifier, there was Scooby Doo mix. They were not signed yet by
Yeah.
Giant X. The fact that the run was pretty impressive. And during this group stage, as you mentioned, they win all their matches and they lost only 2 maps, I think, in total over like 8 maps. So pretty strong opponents.
Very impressive.
And NASR United are also pretty impressive, but it's just that they won 2 matches against K-Cop and against Neon Blade, but they lost against BBL, so still pretty good. But it's just that I don't have as many stats, as I have for Giant X so far, and Giant X seems to be very strong. So this is why.
All right, so we're gonna jump straight into the agent select. As you can see, we are going to Ascent for our first map. Second map that will be played is Icebox, and our decider is Sunset. And I'm gonna be really honest with you. I just said it. Icebox is back, and I have not casted a single game of Icebox.
Yeah, yeah, it's time. We will have Icebox definitely. We will start with Ascent. The thing that I can say about Ascent is that Giant X they had strong games, on Ascent also, but they lost against a KC 6-13.
Oh,
So it's like
Marty.
I feel it's maybe like a kind of a strategy, because they are already qualified. So now they just want to fix the little mistakes and fix stuff, and work on Ascent. And the better way to work on the map is to have like a official match on it. So this is why they chose, I think, Ascent, and NASR Ignite will be in defense. And then for Icebox, as you mentioned, like this going to be maybe easier for Giant. I don't know. I don't want to curse it, but they had a strong Icebox game against Neon Blade. They won 13-3, whereas NASR Ignite won 18-16. So yeah, I think the 2 first maps could be like really interesting and strong picks, for Giant X.
Yeah, here on this map, we see pretty standard comp coming out from Giant X. From NASR, we see, and I was hoping for this, Marty locking in the Phoenix.
Yes.
And I've seen her do so much crazy stuff on the Phoenix on this map. It's her pocket pick. You will see, eyes on Marty here, you will see them farming up these ultimate orbs just to try and get that running back going as soon as possible, and you will see how much value she will get with that as this game progresses.
This is the composition we saw earlier in the group stage. No changes, nothing weird, but still weird, to have a Phoenix with Marty. But I like this double duelist comp, like more like initiating kind of, with this Phoenix. So that's gonna be really interesting how they're gonna do it. They start in defense. They were not bad actually in defense in taking information with this Phoenix. Always helped, not very alone. So that's really cool.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly. I love that you say that, because that is exactly what I wanted to point out with the Phoenix and how they got so much value out of the running back, is that he can just run in and just gather information about positions, bait out a lot of abilities, and then they can actually start making their stand. But now Smurfette immediately walking up though. Nami finds a great opener, make that almost a second, and she will get taken down by Nats. Now Nats are making their way onto the stand. Luxie is good for 2. Anya falls. And Sapia will put the last nail in the coffin. NASR on the defense, take the first round here.
Yeah, that was pretty aggressive, right? The defense, they were 3 in A, but they came back quite quickly, actually, the backup. I think it was putting a bit of pressure here in Spawn on this attack with a strong, control of this map, and Nami didn't let them, move forward. So really interesting. Let's see now. We will have Halvai, Bulldog, and Spectre, one Guardian. I also like the fact that we have Safia on Cypher. She did an amazing job, usually on Ascent. So let's see.
Okay. I'm also very curious to, of course, see
Revealing area.
see Sarah in this controller role here. Right?
Yeah.
Recon will catch. Oh my, Nas! Recon will catch out Tapia. She was checking out the camera. Will actually get just taken down throughout the wall.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good operation. Only 4 defenders left. We will just freeze a little bit. We're trying to get some information here in short. We have the Killjoy. Okay, of Miyori waiting and just scouting here in A. It's gonna be a B. And the thing is that the defense, they just step back with this drone, taking some information mid. They can't see anything.
Oh,
Okay, one flash, and we go in. We're already on site.
oh, but
Luxie with the
Luxie-
Guardian.
And that's where the Guardian really shines, right? Finding those
Yeah.
quick taps and then being able to back off.
30 seconds
I've seen
left.
Luxie do absolutely insane on this exact position, where through the smoke she gets to pick up 3 kills completely blindly. But keep your eyes on Marty here, about to check this corner. Will get spotted by the Killjoy. Will be taken down here as well. Ness really on fire with
remaining.
just
Oh.
that classic. Picks up 3, swings around for a second is Luxie, but Jolina will put her down.
Yeah, nice round from Giant X. I like the Marty is pretty aggressive, but you know she had flashes. You want to use the flash for that. It's a bit like yeah, I would have loved to see a flash here to just take out of this market because the Giant X were pretty on point with the lines, just waiting.
Yeah.
Let's see now,
Yeah, for
maybe
sure.
another round. We will play. Okay, we will have
I need
5. We
this.
have Marshall on Smurfette, but we'll still have also Vandal
My
and
thanks.
some Phantom on Giant X.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of rifles now on the side of Giant X. Oh. Firepower wise, it's a little bit of a difference here, so try to do the cross. Nicely coordinated here with the crosshairs. Smurfette holding down that corner.
The timing in the back.
Look at the loop around here,
Yeah.
Fifi.
Yeah, and there's Miyori in the back as well. She could hear them. We are trying to move fast forward. Marty checking the back.
down A.
Okay, Safia for the kill. Oh, that's good. And 3 of them now on site.
What?
No? Okay.
NASR. Alright, Smurfette good for 1, good for a second. Looking to find that 3rd as the dash available. Misses Safia just by an inch. Luxie is low though when she decides to peek. Will be taken down, and that is a round that NASR had no business winning. A thrifty on deck for them.
Yeah. That's interesting because I like to see, Miyori lurking and just checking. But she was a bit late, I think. You hear the sound and you don't know if they're looking. You want to have a timing on them. And yeah, it didn't work out. Let's see now. We will have we have quite some money on NASR Ignite side. We will have to buy small shields for Giant X and remain with some sheriffs there. Okay.
We'll see.
have-
Oh,
Okay, no
it's
information.
aggressive
Broken.
from Giant X. Just sending Miyori out to B will get spotted by the recon.
They're gonna do the same. They're gonna wait a bit, just try to have them push because they know that, on NASR Ignite side, sometimes they push. Anya is sometimes peeking a little bit, just checking.
Oh yeah. He loves to be very aggressive. It's just these things with like the ones that love to play Jet. Oh, Safia, super ready for Miyori to try and go for the Sova here as they were using the drone, of course, but got shut down. Really nice playing off of each other here.
It's a good information because now they know that it could come everywhere because it's 50 seconds left, now 45 seconds left. We're gonna push with Jolina on Anya. Are we gonna check wine? Okay, we want to smoke. We would need to send a drone. There's no cover there, and Nami is hiding in this wine. She let them pass. Okay, and then she can go
30
2
seconds
kills.
left.
And yeah, you
Really
don't have the rest of the
Down
team to help
A.
you on the side. Like, yeah, no checking of this position. It's very punishing.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what happened. Nami is always just so clutch in these kind of situations where her aim is just clean enough for her to just be able to swing out and pick up 2 quick kills there.
Okay, we're back. We have some pretty interesting ults there. We still have the Hunter's Fury on Ness. She didn't use it earlier, and because she didn't have time, unfortunately, no time to use it to even go on the side. Now, let's see also Marty with the run it back. Could be interesting. Anya here checking. Oh no, it
Ooh.
doesn't connect, and there's the smoke now.
Yeah. Bolt doesn't find anybody here in the smoke. Not out the sentry though, which will be taken out by Marty. Anya gonna try and start checking these corners here. Has the dash available.
But they play quite slow, Giant X so far. They want to push them. They want you to have them push on them. Let's see. Gonna throw here, Recon. More information. They still don't know how many of them. And they will push. Marty's going to push. Careful with the flash. Yeah, nice reflect from Miori.
Definitely. That's a good one here. Nice one from Anya on that operator. Luxie will pick up a second one. Smurfetto around that corner, still ready to try and take this fight. Jolina with the spike in hand, trying to make it here onto this B side.
30 seconds left.
Make it happen. Luxie is quite low. Has to be careful.
Yeah, we hear the sound. We are completely blinded here. We will have to send something, trying to blind them. Smurfette is still alive.
Yeah, just spraying about a little bit, trying to cause some damage here. Nami still fairly healthy. Luxie will fall. Nami is good for one. Can she pick up another? Yes, she can. And that is a diffuse coming through. NASR Ignite picking up a bit of a lead here, Fifi.
Yes. And despite the pre-shot from Jolina, you know, she started to pre-shot the wall, but it was not sufficient. Like, Nami was on point, just on the head. That's really good.
Oh, managing to save that operator here with the, from the shadows, that was so key. We do see a bit of attack toss coming in here from Giant X. They're starting to fall behind and they want to know what is up. Why are the shots not connecting? What can they do to change this around, Fifi?
Yeah, because I feel that they are playing quite slow, and the defense is not moving that much. They don't buy it, you know. They remain very quiet on their position and just waiting, trying to get some information, of course. But they are not peeking, and I think it's creating a bit of a problem for Giant X here because they were waiting a bit for more peaks from them, and now they have maybe to adapt and change the game. They reach out to the sites, though, so it's feasible. They did it. It's just after the retake is also complicable to manage. Like they struggle with this retakes from NASR Ignite.
Yeah,
and we still have the running back. You know, I'm a bit worried about this. Maybe we can do something around the running back.
I mean, that's what I like to see, right? They're just playing this calm and collected style, and yeah, they don't, as you said, they haven't even needed to really commit this run it back yet, and they still have that in hand. I mean, on the other hand, though, we have to pay attention that we do have the Blade Storm for Smurfette, and Ness has the Hunter's Fury available to himself as well. Anya looking for a very aggressive entry here. Takes a lot of damage, forced off that corner. Here's a run it back immediately. Gets shut down. Hunter's Fury gets traded. But Ness will find her mark on Safia.
Spike planted.
Yeah, that was a nice push. What I was mentioning earlier, like maybe being less slow and just run it there. Smurfette is doing really, really great. So it's 5v4, totally feasible. Now they have to take good positioning. Miori for a kill on Marty. And Jolina on Luxie and Sarah just checking all the lines. And here 3. It's a round for Giant X. They changed the pace here of the game.
Exactly. Much better pacing here. Just going in right away, playing that aggressive style, not waiting so much for NASR to make their move and playing into their game. And then finding these nicer and close-up shots with the judge is just so that's just so deadly.
And the running back invested in so far, like Marty couldn't do anything with it, unfortunately. It was too fast for her.
This is a nice spot. I need this.
Exactly, and we do see a little bit of a save coming out now from NASR just to make sure they got some bank left when this round doesn't quite play out the way that they want.
Yeah, I like
Miori gets the swing for free here onto Marty, take her down really early on. Luxie there to back it up though. Push it. Push the alarm bot down. Forcing Luxie back as well here. Don't mind it. I think Smurfette probably gonna push up here through the market. Yeah, the rest of the team will. All of a sudden, Safia and Luxie a little bit isolated here. Luxie still good for one more. Safia will get shut down. They know Luxie is there. She has to find a way to try and reposition without getting caught. Nami actually on the side will take down Smurfette. Is looking for more. Anya has arrived to the scene now as well. Good for a kill of her own. Has that updraft available. Operator will not find his mark. Sarah now swapping to that pistol, knowing that Anya was low. Jolina gets to pick up 2 kills on the back of that. And it looks like NASR not going to be able to take this round.
Yeah, really
He'll
good
be
from
trying
Giant
next.
Egg. Yeah. They didn't let them breathe, you know, and repositioning. And Luxie did a great job with the sheriff, but she couldn't, like, she was a bit isolated. As you mentioned, she had to reposition and she couldn't help Nami, who was on site very, very alone. She did a great job, but of course, yeah, it was not sufficient. Let's see now, because we have weapons on both sides. Ripples. We still have some ults we could use. We have like the null command on Sarah here in attack that could be used here in A.
Yeah, and now we do have the lockdown available as well. Immediately going to commit that. Just to try and flood them off that A side. How do you
the
feel about
corner.
that?
The corner. Oh no, the nano is not connected, unfortunately. Okay, they plant the spike. We still have people here, rafters and under, in the smokes.
Yeah. I think they even know, like, they're trying to just spray the mirror through the wall a little bit. Finding position. Alright. Immediately that no command gets popped. Gets shut down. Now, nobody in a position to really boot Sarah back up, but Smurfette and Miori good for 2 kills off themselves. No command will be coming back on.
standing.
My goodness. No. Never mind. Sarah gets shut down right away again.
No more charges
Mafia
left.
still on site here in a 1v2. This is a dicey situation to be in. Oh, Giant Axe will tie it up.
It's a hello from the box here. Okay, it's really interesting. They did good. NASR Ignite staying in, you know, on the point, and Anya did a great job here under. But yeah, unfortunately, like this, they tried to invest. Like the attack was investing, you know, in clearing 3. It was very, very punishing for this team, for NASR Ignite. Now we have to call for a timeout from Masky. And as usual, when Masky is taking a timeout, usually, like, really, the run after, it's a win for NASR Ignite. Let's see, because I don't want to curse that. But usually he has great ideas.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, NASR has been taking an early lead, and now we're falling a little bit behind. I mean, the series just tied up. So, we'll see what they are going to come
I like
out
the
of this next
adaptation,
toss with.
you know, the adaptation of Giant Eggs being more fast, you know, more aggressive with them. Maybe like NASR Ignite, they need to use like abilities a bit, just keep them a little bit and use them together, coordinate more the abilities. Because once the paranoia is just dropped, and yeah, and some stuff and the flashes of Marty, it gets really difficult after when they plant the spike. They have not many, you know, abilities left to do this retake. It's gonna be an eco. It's gonna be tough. We'll have an outlaw for Marty.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can still make something happen with that. Nami will get spotted. Has to really watch her back. Force a reposition there. Drone will come out, try and spot somebody. Doesn't really find anything. They know that Smurfette is now on site, and she's good for a kill there. Blocking side onto Heaven. Just to try and find a better position here to see if they can maybe find somebody up in Heaven there. Smurfette is pretty low.
Spike planted.
Luxie trying to find her, but doesn't quite connect the shots and gets taken down.
Smurfette is pretty confident here. 58 HP. Okay.
Has that updraft available as well.
Yeah.
Safia
One enemy.
will make herself known, and Smurfette with that updraft will make sure that she will connect those kills. Good for 4 in this round.
It was an eco for NASR Ignite, but still, still it's pretty punishing. Like Smurfette is really good today. She's usually really good. She's a very good entry fragger, and what I like with Smurfette is that she doesn't only frag and just open the side, but she
Right here.
also remains on the side for quite a long time and just finish and cover the mates. So she's really good. Let's see. I would like to see NASR Ignite adapting a little bit to this. Now they have weapons.
Yeah, exactly. Now we've got a more bit of an equal footing here. So let's see what NASR Ignite is going to bring out for us.
We still don't take in
Deploying
defense,
drone.
just waiting. We will have drone here mid. Get a trap. Oh, okay. We have a push here from the defenders here in A. They got information on one opponent, and in the meantime, mid we have Smurfette going in with Sarah.
Safia set up all the way on the back of B side. Luxie might get spotted here by Smurfette. Alright, she gathers that information.
Cage triggered.
Go around.
Cage triggered.
Nami shut down. Now it's Safia all of a sudden in a really, really rough place, trying to loop around. It's good for a kill, but will be taken down here. As I think that Giants are going to find a pretty safe plant here onto that B side. I am not sure if they want to try and step up. It looks like they do. We'll have the double cloud burst
2v4.
available. Yeah, I know.
I'm very
Looks like
surprised
they-
they're going.
It looks like they want to
Yeah.
go, and they will. Marty will be taken down pretty much immediately. One more cloud burst available. A little bit of information gathered. Anya doesn't even get a shot lined up. Will get shut down as well. Giants starting to find a little bit of a lead here for themselves.
I'm wondering like the impact of this round, economy wise. We will see the scoreboard soon, but yeah, in terms of economy, like not keeping these two important rifles,
this should
this is
That
tough
goes
because
there.
you have to go full
Mhm.
eco
Yeah.
again.
Yes, this
Yeah.
should do.
How many more ecos do you think that they can manage here on the side of NASR before this is starting to really become a hard game to play?
I think like the defense is not maybe their forte, in attack it will be a bit better. So having only four rounds, sorry, it's already a good thing for them so far. It's just that Safia is very isolated most of the time with the Cypher, and there's not much you could do because the attack is so aggressive. So now they stick more together. It's an eco, so they just left the trap here in B, and we'll have Safia checking
Cage
here
trigger.
market. Okay, she got the information,
Cage
and now
trigger.
they can rotate, they can come back and help.
Yeah, perfect though. Right underneath in that little market corner.
That's most likely
Creating
really
so much
good.
space with Anya. Anya,
Down
precision
B.
so
One enemy
That's
remaining.
clear. That's good for a ball. Yes, we will. Anya dragging NASR Ignite over the line here.
Last
Oh my
round
god,
in the
what
half.
was that?
It was crazy. She found every shot.
Yeah, and yeah.
And what a way to do it. She snuck up behind him and she just clear head tapped all of them. Well, maybe not the last one, but she got 5 kills.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
If someone can do it, this is Anya, definitely. Like they can be really mad at it on the Giant side, because it was all good until then. Like you have to check the corners and check everywhere, but with all the smokes, it was pretty like uncomfortable. Let's see now. We will try to do a bit of the same. We will check mid, have some information top mid, Smurfette with the blades. We have a smoke here.
Yeah.
Smurfette gonna swing here short. Waited. Yeah, the first shot is done. She's punished, but Miori got the revenge. Safia in the meantime, 2 kills. Whoa, Angelina for the revenge. It's 2v2. We see that with the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, now it's only Nami remaining.
I'm gonna clutch this maybe. See. I have a lot of util available left in this Omen here. Also very close to from the shadows. Jolina is pretty low. If she manages to catch Jolina in the back, she could probably turn this into a pretty comfortable 1v1. But now Ness and Jolina are not letting go of each other's
Oh.
hands, which is understandable in this situation.
Oh, Nami has a good timing here going in the back. Probably they would have, checked behind them at some point. But yeah, she was not sure like where they were exactly.
No, exactly. Now we do have
30 seconds left.
the other smokes coming off them now, so she literally has everything available to herself. She knows that they planted on A side and will start making her way there.
Shadows traveling.
She's providing an information here with the smoke. So
Ah.
they wait patiently, and it's a 7-5.
Shut down.
Switching sides.
Yeah, 7-5 before we switch sides here. I mean, it's not the 3-9.
Yeah.
We can be happy, I think.
Yeah.
Swarm grenade.
But now we're gonna see a killjoy on defense here. And that's pretty rough, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's rough. Especially if NASR Ignite with this Phoenix and everything, they want to move fast and to be aggressive with these short lines, flashes and stuff. They could, meet the nano swarms really quickly. But for now, we are heading. We split. Okay, we are heading to A, towards A, and we keep 2 agents here in B, moving fast. We'll make them, do a backup. We want to make them rotate. It's working. Currently in mid, we have Miyori, who is still checking because she's not sure. So she remains close to her nano swarms.
Oh, Smurfette
Oh.
for 2. Ami's still trying to hold her own here. Has forced off that angle. Through the market.
Oh.
Yori's still up
One
there.
enemy remaining.
And this is look so incredibly rough here for Nami. She's good for 1, but not good for 2.
Yeah, the bait worked a little bit because they started to rotate. They were not that naive, Miyori staying close to the nano swarm, and actually she gained some time, she saved some time for the backup after, but it was not sufficient at first. And then we have some interesting kills here. So it's a round for Giant X, really a good job so far, 8-5. But let's see, it was just a gun round. We will have to, of course, we don't have much to play with for NASR Ignite for this round.
No, we do not, and that's gonna stick a little bit to them. Oh no! Not too much damage actually. I'm not too worried about that. Shock guards though.
Yeah.
They will do a little bit of damage. So far. It's only
Marty,
Marty. Yeah,
so
I
we'll
was
have
gonna
to
say
heal
it's only
ourselves.
Marty.
Yeah.
Can heal herself up just a bit. Are looking for that lineup.
Okay, to go together, we will have to swing together. Sarah, she's waiting. She doesn't have the
man.
flash in hand.
Oh
okay.
man.
Oh, problem here. We got a shot, and Jolina is coming over.
Hold on.
Great
Oh.
move.
Remaining.
This is just not the fight that you want to take. Pretty good round here. Pretty comfortable rounds for Giant X. Of course, massive devastating guns. Now we're gonna see some more rifles coming out here, more equal footing here on from the side of NASR. So let's see what they can do on this attack. We saw such an impressive round coming out of Anya earlier.
Yeah, I think
So let's see.
this one should be because they play the bonus on Giant X side. We have some weapons on NASR Ignite. They need this round absolutely. They need to have it. So we'll see how Anya will probably lead here the game and just try to be very aggressive. We have this nade. Unfortunately, we cannot do anything. We have to step back a little bit and just wait.
Yeah. And just clear some corners, farm up those orbs with the Phoenix, just so we can have the run and back available.
Okay, rotation. The spike was waiting there.
Pivot. I mean,
Okay,
Take flight.
positioning of Miyori here with the drone. Are we gonna see her?
Enemy
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah. They will hit her.
And Ness is trying to protect her. Like, no, you shouldn't come. Miyuri, yeah, for the swing. That's a good
Oh.
shot. Smurfette got a shot as well. Team
Yeah,
A.
this is very rough. I mean, Luxie manages to get away with the spike still in hand on her way back to that A side now. Just Nami, give her a little bit of contact, but
30
it's
seconds
rough.
left.
They know Sarah is there, they saw her.
Oh. Flash again.
Lina, yeah,
Fuck.
just patiently
Yeah.
waiting for that swing. We'll find it. Nami now cautiously
One
stepping into
enemy
that
remaining.
smoke. Still there.
10
Clock
seconds
is
left.
running out here for NASR. It hasn't retrieved the spike. I mean,
Flawless.
besting. Yeah. There is no besting available. Flawless round here on the side of Giant X.
Yeah.
Picking up a very serious lead here.
Yeah, we need a timeout on NASR Ignite side. I feel that Giant X are pretty like bossy, you know, in their play. It's like, okay, you're pushing, we will just roll a little bit of abilities, but we will shoot and we will try to shoot together. I feel they're pretty bossy. Like you cannot like enter. It's pretty rough. And then I felt they just split and they just don't play together well anymore. And because time is running as well, so you need to find like a breach somewhere. You need to find a path, you know, to go to the side. But yeah, just giants were just everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. What you need is another one of these super aggressive entries, but it's been incredibly hard for NASR Ignite to find their footing onto any of these sites so far.
Yeah, when it's not like the Killjoy with the nano swarms, Miyori, it's something else. We will have the Omen with the paranoia. Pretty good job from Jolina, by the way, here in short and 3, covering and helping the KO of Sarah. So they play good together. Let's see what they will come up with for this round, because we have the run it back.
Yeah, we do have to run it back available, so maybe they can play a little bit more of an aggressive entry now. With that available, we do see them all move towards that B side. Oh, and Smurfette finds the massive opener here on Tsunami. Some spraying coming out of Ness. They're looking for the reposition. Smurfette good for another one. Marty actually did not activate that running back yet, so will be shut down in this round. Sarah good for one as well. Start to clear out the halls here of the main. Safia and Luxie still holding strong.
Again, everything is just crumbling. This was not expected. We see Smurfette a lot pushing mid during ecos, but like she's unpredictable, you know? You never know which round she will be pushing like that
Cover
mid.
going out.
And it was this round, unfortunately for them.
I mean, this is at this point I feel like NASR's just trying to take any guns out of the hands of INX, trying to do the damage that they can.
One enemy.
But yeah, while they swing out, this is just a double cross that they have covered, and another flawless round for Giant X.
I feel we talked a lot about this, but economy-wise, since the beginning of this game, it was just roller coaster, you know, for NASR Ignite. Like, it's really hard. They are never comfortable with their economy, and when they are just losing the round with all the weapons. So,
Yeah.
again,
Yeah,
it's a
exactly.
round with weapons, but if they lose it, it's almost done, so... And I
Yeah,
regret that they
this-
didn't use the run it back, you know, like entry with Marty. Maybe they're gonna do it, but there's a flash of the KO Sarah here, potentially. Yeah.
Yeah. So Anya already
Smurfette.
fought it out. Oh,
What's she
Smurfette.
doing? Okay. We don't have time, you know. We
She's
just have to
hungry.
go-
She's hungry. She's gonna run into Marty here.
Oh, nice.
Marty this time has the upper hand. Will shut her down. A great opening actually here for NASR Ignite. One man up. Still have to run it back in hand. Trying to gather some information. Can't find anybody in the market here.
Yeah, that could have been way worse. Careful with Sarah here mute. We still have the kill of Miori with Nano Swarm Sphere. She's saving some times. We launch
Yeah.
the run it back
Run
and
it
we
back.
kick Miori in the back, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Spike planted.
Both Nami
One
and
enemy
Sapphire
remaining.
will spawn. Melieve's only looks is standing all the way in the back. They have planted, so those credits will at least be obtained. But while they try to swing out already so low, they will be shut down. Defuse comes through. Giant X, they're taking us to match point here on Ascent.
Try again.
Yeah, it's still 300 credits, you know, with the spike planted, but I don't know. For the last round, it's gonna be tough on NASR Ignite. Yeah, we'll have small shields. Fortunately,
Placing alarm bot.
Yeah, this is
Placing sentry.
has just been a tough match for NASR all the way through. I feel like they started out really well, and then just started to fall behind, and the pressure started ramping up against them. Now we do have Blade Storm ready for Smurfette from the shadows for Julina, as well as for Nami, and of course we have the Neural Theft online, which I feel like has taken a really long time to come online.
okay, here's Sarah 3 and Jolina, the duo, always helping each other, and it's working so far really well. Only 3 left. Smurfette in the meantime here after she's ready now with the blade. Oh, and Jolina is finishing here, and Smurfette with this skill, they play so well together.
Wow, just such an oppressive round here coming out of Giant X.
It's, I feel, you know, they had hard times at the beginning, and then they adapted for at the beginning of the game, and then for the when we switch sides, just nothing, we're just not able to go there. It was just, it didn't work out. I'm a bit like disappointed, of course, of Marty and the Phoenix. Not disappointed of Marty, but I mean disappointing that they couldn't find, you know, the way to play this Phoenix in this setup. Because she couldn't do much. The aggressivity was not that aggressive. It was a lot of freezing and just waiting. And so at some point, the flashes, yeah, you can send the flash, but even the running back, you know, in the position you have to use your running back was a bit like unfortunate. Like the positioning was a bit weird. I feel like Giant X are pretty confident as well. Smurfette did a great job. This player is insane, and they change the pace of the game all the time. Like, you know, it's being one time aggressive, and then we just keep positions, and then we switch positions. I think that NASR was a bit lost in this.
Yeah, I have to agree with you totally. If one chat gets to pace the entire team, it's really hard to adapt. It's really hard to adapt, but
Still have one map.
yes, we still have one map. Icebox is up next, but we will toss it to a little bit of a break. So don't go anywhere. We will see you on the other side. NASR Ignite versus Giant X. Coming up next. welcome back to our second game of the series between NASR Ignite and Giant X. We've taken a little bit of a break, but now we are back, and we're going to Icebox next. Fifi, what are your thoughts? Tell me all about it.
Okay, I have some thoughts of this map. So first of all, with all the changes, I think it changed a lot. You know, the gameplay on this map, especially with the tube and this window now. The thing is that for Icebox, I don't have like good stats. I have stats, but it's not very good for Nasser Ignite, to be honest, because they won
Okay.
against Neon Blade 18 to 16, so pretty tight map. Whereas Giant X, they fought Neon Blade as well, but they won 13 to 3 on Icebox. So I think, yeah, statistically wise, Giant X could be like also really good on this map. Uh, both of the teams are secured for the playoffs. So I mean, the thing is that of course they want the best seeding, but it's also a good training for the rest of the competition, and it's also an opportunity to try some stuff on Icebox. What I'm really looking forward is the composition of these two
Mm-hmm.
teams, especially on Nasser Ignite side, because we saw a deadlock on this map. And you know, I'm not
Oh.
an expert in deadlock, to be honest, because we don't see deadlock that much.
No,
Uh,
no, we
yeah.
don't. We don't. That's true. We saw her a little bit yesterday. I have to say it looked all right. But yeah, on this map, I mean, I guess it can work, right? Like you can get the graph net, you can get quite a bit of value from in these tight spaces. So we will see. Is there any other picks in particular that you're looking forward to seeing on Icebox?
We will see Viper, both sides. We will see the Sova and the Jet potentially. We had a chamber for Safia on this map, so
Hmm.
but it's a Killjoy, so she changed. But actually, she played a really decent chamber on this map. But okay, we will have a Killjoy maybe to adapt also to this situation and
Yeah,
this match and try something else. This is a really
we have a
good thing as well.
Sage.
Yeah,
Sage for Sarah.
yeah, Sage for
Um,
Sarah. Yeah.
yeah, honestly, pretty solid still on this map. I would say Viper, of course, really, really good here. So I'm really confident we're gonna see that double lock-in coming through. Possibly a harbor here as well.
Yeah, I think it was Nami who was on deadlock last time. So maybe
Okay.
trying another comp, trying something else. Gonna be interesting. Whereas on the defender side on Giant X, this is like the usual, and this is pretty like defending oriented. Like the composition is pretty strong with this Sage and Sarah and Viper and Smurfette potentially also with an Outlaw, Marshall, Heaven A, and she's she's also sometimes playing back side of B
Yeah.
or it's in kitchen. She's really good with verticality of this map. Oh my god, we will have a Reina.
What? They
Okay.
locked in.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's pocket picks galore. But Reina, I mean, is the one that I expected the least. It. I want to say I've seen it in the last series of Game Changers that we had last year.
Yeah, I think Reina was like a pick, on Icebox when we had Icebox before the revamping thing. But yeah, it's like, yeah, Reina makes sense, kind of, especially if it's Anya, because she's really good with the mobility, she's really good at moving. So she can do great stuff on Reina. And the harbor, this is something we see also on Icebox with the big walls and stuff. Especially to attack, could be really interesting to put all this smoke, the bubble. I don't remember the name now, but this huge bubble and the wall.
The Cove.
Yeah.
Called, I think. The wave is called the Cascade, and then you have the Reckoning is the old. I think it's called the Cove.
Okay.
You mean the bubble?
Yeah, you need to hit, to destroy.
Yeah, exactly. It can block some shots. Yeah, so the Cascade is what we're seeing already being committed here. Onto that A side. Now Safia holding down the long here. towards B. I like that NASR is decided to move in together. Oh. They don't spot Jolina out quite yet, I think.
Right here.
Yeah. We also have Sarah with the Sage here for a wall if necessary. Trying to save some time for the backup to
Scanning
come.
ahead.
Let's see. Okay, we are going there. Jolina is still not.
Oh.
Oh, okay. She got a kill. She's down
Two
now.
kills.
Yeah. And
Two
we
kills,
lost.
and now.
Sage.
Oh, Smurfette through the smoke here. No real vision on Luxie. Will pick up that kill quite comfortably. Get the dash out to the side. Now she's in a little bit of a pickle though. Is being backed up by her team. We do see her
30
good for
seconds left.
another kill. Anya has the information. Has to try and somehow retrieve that spike. Swinging together here.
Oh, saw the turret.
Yeah,
Now-
so low.
She needs
So
to take
low.
the Sova of Ness down.
Last player standing.
Not working.
This is
Yeah.
going to happen. Pretty convincing round here to start off with. A pure Giant X.
Yeah, again, I feel like NASR Ignite was trying to push a little bit A and do some activities, trying to have some backup, but then they are slow, you know, waiting in B just to check that no one is
Placing
pushing.
swamp grenade.
And then you have Jolina
Placing
just
swamp
taking
grenade.
her time, like she's not pushing, she's just pushing some smoke and just
Placing
stepping back,
sentry.
so she could be helped by also Sarah's Sage. It was unfortunate, but Smurfette had the time to come back, and this is the thing, like Smurfette is really fast in coming back and helping mate and just jumping in. Now she has a Marshall here in A. It could be trouble for NASR Ignite.
Could be. Some shots flying out for sure. Nothing found just yet. I mean, they know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Right. Low orb will be committed here. Stop any potential unseen push from coming in.
And we're gonna put the wall. We are on the
Up
wall.
through the
We got- Oh, nice cover from Ness with the sheriff. I didn't know if it was
Nice, and
something,
Sarah
okay.
swings out with the
Down
bulldog. Will
A.
get shut down
Good.
here though by Nami. Smurfette still on that. Sniper rifle will come down. Look for a shot. Good for another. Good for three.
Yeah.
Giant
Yeah.
X.
I called it a little bit, you know, Smurfette with the Marshall or with Outlaw or Operator. Like here in A, she's really, really dangerous. And the mobility also she has, it's the same than Anya. Anya is very mobile. Smurfette as well. Like you have to do, you know, when you play a Jet or even Reyna, the Jet, like it's crazy. The job she's doing from the very first map, it's insane. She's already like 6-0. Really good.
Pretty good indeed, as we do see now, finally, some rifles coming out for NASR. So hopefully a bit more of even footing coming through here, and perhaps they can finally get a board, or like a round on the board for themselves. Got it out here early on.
Oh, careful with Miyori here with the
Recalling
judge.
my bot.
Yeah, you have to be careful of that close contact here then with the Killjoy up in the corner there. And it looks like they're about to rotate right into her. As she rotates away, we'll find one, but we'll get shut
Spike
down
down, B.
immediately. That judge is so deadly up front here.
Yeah, she was a bit curious to check like what was happening, why they
My
didn't
ult
come
isn't ready.
earlier.
My
But
ult
yeah, it's
isn't
still a
ready.
kill
Blocking
with the
fire.
judge. It's fine. So we have this famous code now, and we can plant the spike.
Spike planted.
Yeah,
I
so
suggest
the plant
you
will
move.
go through. Cascade nicely placed here to try and deny some extra vision here onto that side. Now we see Dynex starting to make a move here towards that B side. Perfect looking for an entry. Still not really find contact just yet, but everyone is getting really, really close to each other. Moving in, the safe door will be broken. The swing out comes down. Anya finds the first here. Smurfette and Ness will pick up two on the side. As we do see Anya picking up another alongside Nami. That sniper rifle still available, but just a little bit too short timing there. Nami finds that upper hand and shuts down Smurfette. And that is NASR Ignite putting a round on the board for themselves. Now we see the operator here, Fifi, in hand.
Yes.
Smurfette.
Yes, we have the operator for Smurfette.
Placing swamp grenade.
It was they could have won this round on Giants X side. Just I think Miori was a bit too curious about this, and yeah, they pushed. They were a bit impatient, you know, like okay, what's going on? Why they are not pushing right now? And you peek and you are just punished. And after that, with the harbor on this map, this is really interesting to see Nami's harbor and the fact that you can put a lot of, you know, counter and plant the spike and just hide. Let's see Smurfette now with this operator here. She's pushing.
Here.
Yeah.
Very dangerous for them. Okay, I didn't see because you were
actually
zooming.
just saw her
Yeah.
coming, snuck up
Yeah.
with the zip line and shuts her down. The Ball drone will only spot out one. Really nice opener here from NASR Ignite. Up yeah. No, they will fight across. Sarah will also make it out alive of this one here.
Revealing area.
A little bit lonely.
Yeah, they have to know now. They know that it's
Jolina.
gonna be on Jolina.
Yeah. Will not find the upper hand in that. As NASR now finally starting to pick up some frags here. But Ness and Miori still alive. NASR's been very, very good in this last round.
Enemy
See,
remaining.
finding that plant, Anya swings out,
Spike
immediately
planted.
shuts Miori down. And now it's just Ness against the world. She has been good. She picks up one, but can she do it against 4 more players standing in her way of that defuse? Picked out the alarm bot, but
Oh,
will
yeah.
not be good for another. As Anya will shut her down. 4th kill of the round going over her.
A great job from Anya. So I think now, like Smurfette, she's maybe too aggressive. Like she needs to step down a little bit. Like I understand the confidence and everything, but you know, you need Smurfette in the team. She's really, really impactful so far. So losing her, you know, very early game, this is a nightmare for them. So they need to be careful. She has the blades now available. They will have to play this eco. We also have like a shotgun for Miori. Okay.
Revealing area.
Yeah, again looking for that close contact here on the Killjoy. Not a lot of vision to play with if you're a Smurfette on this angle, but I suppose
Here.
if she thinks it's enough. Looking
Here.
at that A nest, doesn't want to get surprised there again. Nobody showing their faces just yet.
Yeah, they're waiting for Smurfette to do
Here.
the move, but she's not moving, of course. She's still there.
Enemy
Green
marked.
A. Okay,
Right.
she's tagged. She had to go back.
Has to fall back here.
Shotgun.
Miori tries to find a little bit of damage with that shotgun.
You have the Empress
Press
on.
starting to run
Yeah.
out. This is looking good so far actually for Giant without the Empress available here to Anya.
Scanning ahead.
That just went completely wasted otherwise.
Okay, Jolina, she will have to face like 4 enemies now. We still have Anya here in mid to take the backup.
30 seconds left.
The coverage will come down once again. Anya here on the side will take her time. Shut down
Here.
Sarah here. So we do see Smurfette now miking her way. Still has a blade storm in hand. The plant will go through. Anya picks up another one.
Last
Marty
player
on the
standing.
side and Nami as well. Good for one. All of a sudden it's
That's you.
just Miori standing here. For Giant X NASR are looking to find themselves in a little bit of a lead here. If they manage to close out this round. But we can't speak too fast here. I don't want to jinx them.
Yeah.
They will pick up a flawless round.
Yeah, that's
Off track
unfortunate
of
because
it.
I think it was an eco round, of course, but we committed with this blade of Smurfette, trying to have some peaks, you know, and do some economic damages to the team. It didn't work out at all. Like, no kills for a Giant X. That's unfortunate. But now they have money, some small shields for Sarah. They have the Resurrection available. Could be interesting. And the Hunter's Fury from Ness. So they will probably go to like normal positioning, default positioning, and just wait. I have Jolina reinforcing A now because they think that may come to A this time again.
And it might be right. Looks like everybody is slowly making their way. Nami is still holding off on where she is going to be taking the spike. And that entry here.
Spike drop.
We'll drop that spike as we do see Marty will be carrying that
Oh.
one over
Oh.
towards that A side.
The noise with the drone. Mitch is giving some information as well. Ness here.
Oh,
Yuri got a
Miori
kill.
actually finds a nice opener here onto Anya.
Oh.
Yeah, great opener here from Marty as she swings out, pretty much unseen here by Jolina. Catches her completely off guard.
Shot
Finds a nice repositioning. The recon, or the shock dart, I mean, will connect.
Yeah, they had to use
There's
the
Hunter's
lockdown.
Fury. Try and take out the lockdown. They will take out Marty. Still looking for that lockdown. 0 players detained. Now Nami on site. Still looking.
Last player standing.
Will not be able to connect any sufficient damage. Defuse will come through here for Giant X. And that is Giant X once again just tying this map up for themselves to a 3-3.
It is over.
Yeah, without using the resurrection, I want to point out
Scanning
that Miori did a great job actually with the lockdown was activated and she was already committed here on the site. So the goal was to have at least 1 kill, and she did it. And it may have changed the outcome of this round actually with this move. It's small things sometimes, but not being afraid of the lockdown, just like, okay, I don't have time to go out of this lockdown. I would just try to have a pick and just gain some time, save some time on this planting. This was really good.
Good stuff indeed. As we do see Killjoy now completely set up shop around that A side. They know that's where the aggression have been. NASR trying to swap this around and make a move towards B now, VP.
Yeah, we tagged Sarah.
Here.
We have a Smurfette here on yellow. We didn't call for a comeback for a backup for now. We just wait. Try to be strong. We are
ult is
not
ready.
sure. We don't move
Oh.
on the defense. We are
Hunter's
not sure
Fury.
yet. We
Yeah,
have the
Hunter's
Hunter's
Fury
Fury,
just
yeah.
come online here now for Luxie. I like the patience coming out from NASR. They know they have quite a bit of time to play with before they need to start getting that plant going.
And they have the Viper Spit available as well. So-
Yeah, that's massive here.
Okay, Nami got a kill on Smurfette, but in the meantime, in A, we are progressing here. We have some nano swarms. We can go. Okay, Miori having a kill. That's cool.
30 seconds left.
That is cool, and we do see the Resurrect this time coming through onto Smurfette. Luxie will get shut down. Now Anya, very much out in the open, looking to shut down Miori, and Miori just gets to dance around. Safia finds one off the back of that, but we'll have to start looking. They will have to start looking for a
10
plant. The
seconds
spike has
left.
not been retrieved yet. Sentry goes down, but how much can they do? Miori facing herself carefully around the box here. Yeah, the best thing that they can do is try to save to just not put much damage into their bank.
There were good ideas there from NASR Ignite though, but trying to do some noises here in B, but I really admire the fact that Giant X, they just didn't move. It was only like Smurfette and Sarah here in B just waiting and not buying that it could go in B, and you just keep like most of your teammates towards A so they can be there quite quickly. Miori didn't move and was just up there all the time, just waiting. That's I feel they read the game of NASR Ignite so far, so let's see. Now maybe no rotation anymore and just aggressive push from NASR Ignite.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, that's honestly what happened last game as well, right? Like, NASR did fantastic at the start of the match, but then towards the end it was just,
Yes.
the better reading coming out of Giant X, but now the Reckoning here committed as well. The lockdown to come out, and Giant X just finds skill after skill. Nami managing to tie it up a little bit, but there comes the Hunter's Fury. Hove comes out, will protect her while she plants, but Nami is so extremely low. Whoa.
Yeah, and they both do it together because
Oh,
they know they don't
Luxie.
have much to cover this plant, but Smurfette is there. Like it's the problem, you know, like with the harbor, the Sova, like you have to protect this spike, but I don't know if she had a shock dart left, but yeah, it was a bit not sufficient to cover the spike from a far distance, so
No.
they had to take the fight, unfortunately.
Exactly. We do see the timeout coming in now for NASR. So how can they do this? How can they play a bit less into Giant X's arms and start playing their own game and become a bit more commanding here on Icebox, Vivi?
The thing is that I think the rotations, the strategy of rotating was working really well at the beginning of this side, and
Mhm.
it's just that they are not fast enough to make Giant X believe in this, in this bait, and so they just don't move so far. Like Giant X, they just don't move from their defending position, and they still have a lot of abilities to take back to retake the site. So lurking, we didn't see much lurking, here in this mid. It could be also an ID trying to have some lurking in attack.
Yeah.
Because actually in Tube and Kitchen, we don't have much of a presence here from Giant X so far.
That is true. I mean, it does give more creative angles to play with, but it spaces out your players a lot more. And I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Giant X has been doing really good playing together and playing off of each other. Now we do see the
Yeah.
Viper's Pit on Jolina available, as well as Marty.
But I would love to see, the harbor of Nami playing with Anya the Reina to lurk, because you can use like really cool wall here in mid going all through until A. This is really,
Placing
really
swamp
cool.
grenade.
So they don't use much this wall of their harbor so far.
No,
Just
yeah,
just
I
for
have
that,
to agree.
just to split the A into two parts. Okay.
Nice, that's a really big opener here for Safia. Sarah gonna try to push up and see if she can shut down Safia. That was pretty low. Must still be around somewhere, she thinks. No resurrection available. That's one
Oh my
clear
God.
shot and another one. Very nicely done here by Sarah to find that angle and confirm these two kills. Viper Pit now getting committed as Jolina sitting there nice and pretty. Finds that shotgun, picks up a second with the shorty. Ness will put the final nail in the coffin. As, yeah, Giant X, clean round. Well done.
Not even the time to put the Viper's Feet, unfortunately, and they lost so many mates until they reach out to the site. So what I was mentioning is that I was expecting a little bit of NASR Ignite going through this mid, but in the meantime, when I saw the round and Miyori going Tube and mid, I was like, okay, maybe they anticipated that. Like, okay, on Giant XI, they were like, yeah, what could they do? Because indeed, in mid, we are not that present so far, so maybe we just reinforce the presence mid and just move forward all together at the same time and find them. So let's see here on mid. Smurfette is down. This is good from Anya here.
Yeah, very good start. Once again, that Smurfette is the first one to fall, just like last round. But you saw that last round, it didn't really have the impact that we wish it had for NASR. Now the drone getting deployed. Will not be spotting anybody out. Jolina, though, will be spotting out Nami. Shuts her down immediately. Anya, though, from above. Oh my goodness, will not be able to pick up Jolina. Jolina just swings about. Shuts her down as well. Not happening.
Oh, okay. Here with the sheriff, Marty is not detected yet. Yeah, she will have a timing on that.
I was gonna say she might find somebody from behind here. She does. Jolina holding down this angle here. No, check that corner. She will pick up her fourth kill. Wants to swap to that shorty as she walks through the smoke, but not Marty was there. We'll open that Viper Pit and look for that plan.
Oh, they're already there. Unfortunately, you will have to plant the spike and make some noise, and then you have to switch. Yeah, too fast. Like the backup was too fast for her. She couldn't take in information and just it was so fast. Okay, 7-3. It's hard for NASR Ignite right now. They still can buy some weapons. They have small shields. They have the Empress from Anya.
Yeah, they do. Hopefully they get some some more feasible value from it now. The last time we saw it, it didn't really end up being so impactful. We do have an operator in the hands of Smurfette though, which is something that worries me.
Okay, again, we're going A, but also a bit mid, trying to find Ness. Ness hidden by this smoke so far. We still have the turret as well. Changing plans. We sneak in here in this kitchen, and we can try to find Ness. But there's this window right now with the changes on Icebox that could really change the outcome of this round. Okay, they know. They just step back, and they will come back with the rest of the team. Smurfette with the operator waiting here, yellow. She can have one. I don't know if she would have more than that if they go all together. She could have one.
Nah, if they swing together, no way. But yeah, she will pick up Anya immediately. Wants to swing out for another here. In the coven.
Oh, yeah.
That. It's called Cove. I don't know why I'm saying
Cove, yeah.
saying coven the whole time. In the Cove. Jolina picks up another one. Luxie will shut her down. Inferno, but all of a sudden it's just
Player standing.
Luxie left standing. Can she do it? No, she cannot.
Oh,
Close round, but once again, Giant X gonna be managing
Last
to even
round
save that
before the
operator
switch.
and carry it over to the next round.
ay, ay. Only one round left before the swap, and not
We
a
know
lot
what
of
it means,
money.
Fifi.
Yeah,
Get
I know.
scoreboard.
It's potentially a 9-3, right?
Uh-huh.
Placing alarm bomb. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm
But
grenade.
yeah, we might still go to sunset. Who knows?
Yeah.
We're gonna see. I mean, Giant X, they look incredibly impressive. I mean, I totally get why most of the casters have now put their money
Yeah.
on
Did you
this team
regret
to
it?
win. Yeah, I mean, they look insane.
Take flight.
They look insane. Right? Drone. Mid it. Late storm. Well. We're still holding this corner here.
Still has their operator here, Smurfette.
Yeah, they do. They do, and somebody's about to go peek around that wall.
Oh,
Ooh!
nice. Nice shot from Marty. Nice.
Very well done. That's a
They
very
still
nice
decide
opener.
to go A. They still
Oh,
decide to go
totally.
A. Yeah.
Yeah, Jolina has now seen Marty. So they're playing around each other, flirting a little bit here.
Scanning ahead.
Reckoning. They'll get committed. Smurfette gets resurrected as Jolina finds a nice trade here onto Luxie.
The Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
Yeah, available from Ness. Try to deny this planting.
Yeah, but the plans will go through.
30 seconds left.
Now Smurfette activating that updraft. That's a beautiful
And
first skill to pick up with the Blade Storm. Looking for more. We'll find another one with Marty here. Where is everyone else? Sapia good for one. Will come around the corner. Will not
Oh
be
my
picked
God.
up here. Smurfette will take their team to that beautiful 9-3 scoreline. We're swapping sides here on Icebox.
Smurfette got enough of it.
Switching
Like
sides.
it's no time to spend. It's just like, let's finish this game. She was very, very aggressive. She can count on her mates to cover her. Like this is, I feel there's a lot of trust in this game. Because like she's doing moves that are so unpredictable and very, very ballsy. But there's still someone, with her to cover or to
Yeah.
revenge if necessary.
Exactly. I feel like that's like the thing that like there are a lot of similar duelists in Game Changers right now. I mean, you have Smurfette, you have players like Kaikuza as well that are so good at these like really explosive openings, but they very often just do that alone. And yeah,
Alone,
Smurfette
yeah,
is the one
I
that is
agree.
always having that backup, and that is something that I think other teams can really like take a look at. Well, trying to adapt to that place a little bit more. But yeah, as I say that, Smurfette is a little bit on her own.
Yeah.
Anya will get shut down very early on. Nami good for
Spike
one
down,
kill here.
defender
Will
spawn.
get shut down in the meantime as well. But yeah, 2v4. rough one to be in once again when you're NASR Knight.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Ness did a great job in just making them buzzy in A while they were pushing in the tube. Ness still in the back. She got the kill on Safia. Oh, it's Marty trying to defend himself. Okay, it's not sufficient. It's okay, 10-3. It's tough. It's tough on NASR Knight.
It's incredibly tough. Like, I am struggling, really struggling to start seeing a turnaround here, Fifi, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. And yeah.
They're not going to slow down, you know, Giant X
No,
now. They have
exactly.
the momentum. They can buy some bulldogs. They have a guardian. They will just move really fast again. So maybe Anya with the Marshall, but unfortunately she's in A for now. They try to contain an aggressive attack. Yeah. Anya trying to shoot. Yeah, at least it's make them go a bit slower, you know, having this Marshall here and this presence in A. So like it's okay, what do we do now? Should we rotate? Try to go B. We're always very cautious here with Miyori waiting for the peak.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like a little bit of patience here. Alright.
Yeah.
We'll get tagged up here. Marty already a little bit low. Smurfette has to be cautious though, moving forward fast, but that will get punished in the end.
Spike down.
Oh, nice.
Safia actually gets a pickup too. Miori will shut that down alongside Jolina. There's still a massive difference here. Yeah, the
Spike
wall
planted.
very well placed. Oh, what a nicely
Can't use that
shot dart here. Luxie absolutely smurfing it here on the queue.
It's really great. They don't have the advantage
Goddamn.
with the weapons, but they can use their abilities, and the
Yeah.
martial art is not connected, unfortunately. Ness for the jump.
Player standing.
Oh.
Goddamn.
good.
That's why the Guardian is so strong.
Yeah.
You just find those clean taps, and Nas does have the aim for it. Well done here. Giant X just going up to an incredible lead.
I like what the job Ness is doing currently from the latest rounds. She's just like making them so busy alone. Like she's occupying like 3 people, 3 defenders, trying to understand what's going to happen. She sent the drone. She's just peeking a little bit, and she's not dying. It's really important that she's not dying, so she can just join the team and help them. Let's see now in defense. We want to go for a fight. We were checking a little bit here in A. We heard some sounds, so we have to step back now. Okay, all 5 players in A attack. We'll send a drone. We'll try to confirm that there's still someone there. Because if we see one, potentially there are multiple of them. But okay, you saw only one, and they start a backup in B because they saw only one. That's unfortunate. Okay, they start to understand to
Yeah, it's too
see
quiet.
that, yeah, maybe it was not a good idea.
It's too quiet. The plant is gonna go
Spike
through here
planted.
on that A side. He ready to line up another shot now. Anya this time ready to back it up, but Ness with that Guardian so incredibly deadly. Picks up a kill, another one. They are good
One
for
enemy
Luxie, it's good for
remaining.
2. Oh, but NASR just cannot find the upper hand in these skirmishes, it seems. The defuse cannot go through just yet. Safia knows that she's outnumbered here on site. And the moment she starts defusing, will leave herself vulnerable.
enemy
Trying to lurk them out here.
Nice.
Will actually succeed to do just that. The defuse will come
Clutch.
through just in time.
Yes.
That's a wonderful clutch. I was holding my breath here.
Yeah,
Oh my
did you? I
goodness.
was actually.
Wonderful
I was
clutch
gonna
here by
ask. Like,
Safia.
did you stop breathing? Because me too. You know, I was breathing like for a second.
did.
just-
I
Okay.
totally did. Oh my god, girl.
Great job from Safia. It was a bit like naive from Giant X to think, you know, that she could, because they swing, but not at the same time. They were not really
Yeah.
synchronized, you know, and
It was
because they didn't
cocky.
have good positioning to do so. But yeah, yeah, great game from Safia so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was that was just cocky from Giant X, not swinging at the same time and biding their time, because this, like, yeah, this could have been match point for them. And so that must be a little bit of a stinger and be like, all right, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
we were a little bit cocky
Yeah.
there. But now they know. Now they know.
Right here.
And looks like everybody wants to start making a play here for that A side. But they've set up nice shop here on the side of NASR. So
Again, now we won't be that naive on NASR Ignite side. We know that we can't hear anything. We heard just a drone, but potentially multiple of them are here. Careful in the mid, because there is some investment, like some people going there in attack.
Oh!
Smurfette is just falling down, and Nami with the judge, 2 kills.
yeah, 2 kills apiece, and all of a sudden they have Giant X on the run. Jolina, though, creeping around that backside, will not be spotted out. We'll pick up Nami, will follow in the end, but all of a sudden it's a 2v3 here. Safia, though, comes up clutch once again. Drags their team in for another round.
I did.
Good from NASR Ignite. A bit of a precipitation maybe on Giant X, a bit of little mistakes, like lack of coordination here in this attack, but now they will have to compose with like a half buy. They're gonna buy Stinger. They will have Sheriffs. So potentially this is a good thing for NASR Ignite. They could have this the next round. They have money. They have some shields. They also have the lockdown available for Safia. But there's the Hunter's Fury also available on Ness, so could be destroyed like immediately.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're gonna see if they're going to be trading these ultis out. They have been doing that in the past, and with Giant X so close to this victory, I don't think they want to take any chances here. Nami! Oh no! Not that one!
What happened?
That will not pay off. She decides to swing out into 4 people. Somehow
Too many-
still put a massive dent though.
Too many targets, unfortunately for
planted.
Nami. Too many targets at the same time, okay. We have this Viper Speed now, and we will try to find them with this Hunter's Fury, and we have the lockdown as well available. Hunter's Fury in return, Jolina for the kill on Safia. It's 2 only remaining
One
here.
enemy remaining.
Oh.
Yeah, just one left standing. It's just Marty, who is actually on side and looking to pick up a kill. Will pick up Ness here. That's a fantastic opener. She will run into Smurfette second.
No.
But that will not happen, as we do see Giant X this time going to match point here.
Match point.
Match
And
point and-
possibly series point, we must.
Yes, yes. And the problem is that the economy of NASR is not that good, and they also like invested a lot of ults this round, so they don't have much. They may have Viper Speed. They will need some orb there. It's gonna be tough. Very tough potential last round, especially with Smurfette and the Blades.
But yeah. I mean, she has gotten a lot of kills with Blade Storm. The last time she had it up. Massive value from it. So let's see what she can do this time. If we can see an explosive last round coming out of Giant X. Or if NASR is down but not out and is going to leave us in for another round here.
Oh, Theory timing. She got a great information on Anya there. Couldn't find her, but she heard her just going back, helping the mates. Okay, Smurfette for the kill. She got killed here in yellow. We know where is Luke. Okay, Luxie. We got Luxie. That's good.
Yeah.
And here on the height.
Giants just cleaning out house here. Anya, the only one left standing, one off that Empress, but
Spike planted.
I mean, I don't see the 1v4 scenario coming out here. I'm gonna be really honest.
In the back.
I love Anya, I love seeing her play, but this is just a little too much perhaps. Make it a 1v5 now. Perez is coming through as well. She will get shut down. That means the Giant X will take this in a very dominant 2-0 fashion for this series. Wow.
Yeah, I expected, in Icebox, very complicated for NASR Ignite. So at the end of the day, I think they did pretty good. We saw some good stuff, it was not like a stomp, but at the end, yeah, it was too much for them. at least it's a good experience, as I mentioned earlier, for them, to try this map and train it against Giant X, which is like a very, very good team.
Absolutely. I mean, we have seen the results and the standings that Giant X have been pulling off. Top of their group, just lost only 2 maps, and they will stay with that because they took this once again in a 2-0. So
And it
no,
was 13-5 on both maps, right? We had 13-5 on Ascent and then on Icebox, I think.
you're the stats person,
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
think
gonna
I
be
think
like,
it was
yeah,
like that.
girl,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
right,
yeah, yeah.
definitely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah,
So, but both
wow,
are qualified
fantastic.
for the playoffs, just as a reminder. So it was just for the seeding, and yeah, we'll see like plenty of good stuff, and we have pretty good players in both of these teams. I felt just that Giant X is more like coordinated, maybe more prepared. I don't know, because they played a lot of matches actually for a long time with this roster.
Mhm. Yeah.
So maybe it's because this is why they were a bit better today. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case. NASR Ignite, they have been together for a while as well, and playing together in the last series of Game Changers. But yeah, maybe, you always have those days where you're maybe not quite able to show up for yourself, for your team. And luckily, this loss doesn't really have much more of an impact, as you said, than just for the seeding after we come out of groups. And perhaps we could have a look at the standings
Yeah.
to see where we are right now, looking at all the different teams. Yeah, as I said, Giant X on top of the groups here, followed very closely by BBL Queens. So I'm just gonna check in with production really quickly. Does that mean that Carmine Corp will be relegated? Question mark.
Yeah. Yeah. Take
Yes.
up. Yes,
Yeah.
Take Up
So
are relegated, unfortunately, because they were they even if they win tomorrow against BBL, I think, if I'm not wrong, they will be tied with Neon Blade, but Neon Blade they won against Carmine Corp, so unfortunately they are already out.
I see. Thank you so much for that, Fifi. Yeah, that's then a bit unfortunate having to still play a game. But for
Yeah,
Carmine Corp as well, it's also a good opportunity to still show what they are made of.
exactly. And it's an opportunity to show, to show also to the fans that they are not completely done and that they can still progress and do some great things, and this is also a good opportunity for the staffing coach to try to fix some stuff and see if it works. So I would expect it's a new roster, like they changed a lot at Common Cup, so potentially they need just more time to get the synergies they're missing right now, and tomorrow is a good opportunity to try to train, to practice the synergies against BBL. It's
Exactly.
going to be tough, but still.
Yeah, I was like, it's not just any team to go up against, if you're up
uh,
against BBL. But yeah, definitely good to just focus on yourself and on your own gameplay and try to maybe take a bit more of an assertive stand and a reactive stand going into this.
yeah.
But yeah, that is one that we are going to see the first match of the day. And then, of course, tomorrow, the last match of the day, also an exciting one, is G2 Gozen versus Falcons Vega.
Yeah, great matches to finish this group stage of Game Changers EMEA. It's really interesting. We will see like if G2 Gozen is still like that strong. They had some trouble with Valiant, right? I didn't see the whole
Mm,
game, but I felt they struggled a bit. So it's gonna be really
yeah,
interesting against Falcons, who are really great as well.
yeah, exactly. I mean, Falcons is actually having quite a good run as well. Tied in the groups as we saw in the just before, they are
Yeah,
absolutely tied with G2 Gozen, so that will affect a little bit their
yeah.
seeding as well, the outcome of this match. But other than that, yeah, both of them have already qualified, of course. So just playing for seedings tomorrow.
Yes, and this is the end. My dear Joy K or Joy, I don't know how I should call you, but
Enjoy. Right.
It was a pleasure for me to cast with you today for the very first time. Thank you for your patience with me. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all the production, Pyrexa, but also Impress, Gev, and Kongetsu on dive sides, all the admins that are helping, the observers, but also the viewers who are just following us on this channel. This is really nice. And yeah, the teams and the players, because they let us also cast great matches. This is not the end. Tomorrow you still have one day. I won't be there. So this is why I was saying goodbye and thank you to everyone. But tomorrow, of course, there will be more. There will be 2 matches again. I don't know if we will see you again tomorrow.
No, you will not actually.
Okay, so actually,
But
this is also your time to say goodbye. So I will leave it to you. You have the last word.
well, thank you, Fifi. It's been an absolute pleasure having you and being able to pick your brain and hear your knowledge on the game and on these wonderful teams competing. Yes, it's also the last time that you are seeing me for the group stage, at least. And yeah, we will make room for other fantastic, fabulous casters that will be taking our place tomorrow, same time, same place. So we will see you there.
A great night.
Have a good evening.